Tangent. Satanism. So last summer I was watching the 2024 Paris Olympics, and during the 4-hour opening ceremony, there was a 2-minute segment in which a giant cloche, that's that dome that covers food, it's French for bell, a giant cloche is lifted to reveal a singer dressed as Dionysus. If you didn't know, Dionysus is a Greek god, and the Olympics is actually based on a similar series of sporting events that was held in ancient Greece. So it kind of makes sense. Dionysus was positioned on a runway surrounded by drag performers, posing in a way that some people felt was a reference to Leonardo da Vinci's The Last Supper, one of the most frequently parodied images in all of pop culture history. Now, if this doesn't make you so angry that you're literally about to rip a door off its hinges with your bare hands and teeth, or if you're completely confused as to how anyone could possibly be so angry about 2 minutes of drag queens on stage at the Olympics, well, then you are completely out of touch with the zeitgeist of the 2020s. I envy you bitterly, and I long for the sweet embrace of death. The drag queen Dionysus moment, as well as an earlier segment featuring French metal band Gojira performing a campy pastiche of the French Revolution with Marie Antoinette holding her own severed head, prompted outrage well beyond the scope of the usual social media nonsense. The opening ceremony was condemned by the Vatican, by the Bishops' Conference of France, by the Russian Orthodox Church. Turkish President Erdogan called it, quote, a disgusting attack on humanity's sacred values and an imposition of the LGBT lobby. The Slovak Deputy PM condemned the, quote, repellent symbols of deviant decadence. And US President-elect Donald Trump called the ceremony, quote, a disgrace.
I thought that the opening ceremony was a disgrace.
Don Jr. quote, hopefully one day enough people will finally have had enough of the BS. Till then, you can continue to watch everything good and decent and everything you hold dear get burned to the fucking ground. Elon Musk twat, unless there is more bravery to stand up for what is fair and right, Christianity will perish. And none of this is very surprising or noteworthy. We live in an age of reaction and resurgent homophobia. Conservatives reflexively see drag queens existing in the vague proximity of children, or even just existing in public at all, as tantamount to glorifying pedophilia. So whatever. This kind of thing has just become another Tuesday. But what caught my attention about this particular collective pissing of the pants, this ritual pooping of the liturgical vestments, was the even more hysterical reaction of influencers who saw the ceremony not only as equivalent to child molestation, not only as a merciless attack on Christianity, and in fact on all things sacred, but as public confirmation of a nefarious global conspiracy of worshippers dedicated to none other than the Prince of Darkness, Satan himself. In response to the Gojira clip, popular misogyny influencer and alleged human trafficker Andrew Tate tweet, Satanists control the West, and they show you that they worship the devil. It's not a conspiracy theory. They literally show you. Are you blind? This post got 131,000 likes. I collected dozens of posts that day upholding the Olympic ceremony as definitive evidence of a global Satanist conspiracy. Many from the usual suspects, like Alex Jones, who announced, the Pedo-Olympics has had its Bud Light moment. Satan is the god of this world. Jewish conspiracy theorist Naomi Wolf, who you'd think would know better, but you'd be wrong, tweeted simply, Satan appears to be real. Some of the memes are so offensive, I probably can't even show them. One that stood out to me in particular is a caricature of a bunch of devil-horned drag queens taking over Paris in a sea of hellfire beneath a bloody 666 and a pride flag, and two of the demons have speech bubbles, which I have censored, but which, beneath the pixelation, you just have to take my word for it, they are saying, quote, we are Jewish, just in case this was too subtle for you otherwise. So what is this? What is happening? Well, from a historically informed perspective, Nothing unusual. What we have in our hands here is a classic satanic panic. This current panic is basically an extension of QAnon, the apocalyptic conspiracy cult that peaked around 2021, but whose central ideas have essentially become mainstream as post-Q or whatever we want to call it. The core idea is that the world is ruled by an elite cabal of satanic pedophiles from whom we can only be saved by a storm of retaliatory violence. But QAnon didn't start this. QAnon itself is largely an elaborate outgrowth of the Pizzagate conspiracy theory, which claimed that John Podesta's leaked emails contained cryptic references to an elite satanic pedophile sex dungeon beneath a DC neighborhood pizzeria. But this kind of satanic panic has existed in one form or another for at least 2,000 years. For example, there was the 1980s satanic ritual abuse panic, the 1890s satanic Freemason panic, the 17th century witch trials, the medieval and early modern blood libel pogroms against Jews, and we're going to talk about all that in this video. But before we talk about Satanism, we need to talk about Satan. Part 1. Whence cometh evil? So, at the risk of starting with too broad a question, what is the nature of reality? Okay, that's too broad. Start over. Tangent. Satanism. Satanism implies Satan. So where does Satan come from? Well, from Christianity. So where did Christians get the idea of Satan? Not all religions have a Satan. The ancient Greeks didn't have a Satan. Sometimes people in Christian cultures assume that Hades was like the ancient Greek Satan, but that is not correct. Hades is not the prince of evil. He's not even really more evil than the other gods. Hades is the god of the underworld, the god of the dead. Sure, he does bad things like abducting Persephone, but so do all the other gods. Zeus is certainly not a god of goodness. He's always, turning into a swan and raping some folks. Greek gods exist beyond good and evil, or more accurately, before good and evil, because there just is no concept in Greek paganism of a cosmic battle between good and evil. The Greeks didn't think that way, and neither, by the way, did the Egyptians. As we'll see later in this video, some people, including some self-avowed Satanists, identify the ancient Egyptian god Set with Satan. But that's not what Set was to the Egyptians. Set was a god of storms, of chaos, and of foreigners. And granted, he does some messed up stuff. He does murder and dismember his brother Osiris. Usually this sort of thing is not considered good behavior, but people still worshipped Set. Ancient Egyptian religion just didn't have a strict dualism of good versus evil. Their cosmology was more about the tension between order and chaos, forces which they thought should be balanced. Okay, so what about the Hebrew Bible? Well, that is where the word Satan comes from. The Hebrew word Satan means adversary or accuser and appears in the Hebrew Bible 27 times, but not in the book of Genesis. The serpent in Genesis is never identified as Satan. Christians retroactively decided that the serpent is Satan. But try reading Genesis without assuming that the serpent is Satan. It actually makes more sense. Because the serpent is punished by being made to slither on the ground. If the serpent is a fallen archangel, the prince of darkness, why would that be the punishment? It doesn't make any sense. The most famous appearance of Satan in the Hebrew Bible is in the book of Job, and I feel like that Satan is really just an accusing angel, not the arch-fiend. Like in Job, the discourse between Yahweh and the accuser, it doesn't really have the tone of a struggle between everything good and everything evil. It's more like two drunks placing a bet. Yahweh's like, so, have you noticed how faithful my servant Job is? And then Satan's like, yeah, well, you did give him a lot of stuff, so it's not really that impressive. And then Yahweh's like, well, let's see what happens if we ruin his fucking life. Game on, asshole. But it's fine. At the end, they give him a new wife and new kids. It's fine. It's fine. So I just checked the book of Job, and I was wrong about Job's wife. She doesn't die, but she's also not mentioned at the end. It's like a complete loose thread. So where in the ancient world is the devil? Where is he? He's not in Greece. He's not in Egypt. He's not in Israel. Well, the closest we're going to find to the Prince of Darkness is probably in Persia, where there was and still is an ancient religion called Zoroastrianism. According to Zoroastrianism, the nature of reality, see, the opening question was not too broad, we're really doing this. Zoroastrianism sees the cosmos as a dualistic struggle between good and evil. So it's all Zoroastrianism's fault. Thanks a lot, Freddie Mercury. The god of goodness is called Ahura Mazda, who's a creator sky deity, the Lord of Wisdom, and he's opposed by Angra Mainyu, the spirit of destruction. And according to Zoroastrian belief, the struggle between good and evil will end in a total victory of Ahura Mazda. So Angra Mainyu is probably the pre-Christian deity that most closely resembles the modern idea of Satan. Now, some people speculate that Zoroastrianism actually influenced Christianity. The three magi who visit the baby Jesus, they were probably Zoroastrian priests. So there was a bit of Zoroastrianism going around. In any case, the Christian New Testament does mention Satan a lot more. You know, he's tempting Jesus, he's fathering lies, and then in the book of Revelation, things finally get interesting and we get the beast and 666 and Satan becoming the great red dragon and going to war with heaven. But most of the lore about Satan is not biblical at all. Some of it comes from Dante, a lot of it comes from Milton. The Latin word Lucifer, equivalent of the Greek phosphoros, originally referred to the morning star, that is, the planet Venus. And then that word, Lucifer, just got used as the translation of a Hebrew phrase in Isaiah referring to the king of Babylon. So it's just by tradition that the proper noun Lucifer became allegorically associated with the Christian Satan. The name Beelzebub actually is scriptural. It means Lord of the Flies, and it's basically Hebrew slander against the Canaanite god Baal, who probably wasn't that different from Yahweh, honestly. In fact, sometimes the word Baal, which just means Lord, literally did refer to Yahweh. The word Moloch or Molech is also from the Hebrew Bible, associated with child sacrifice, though it's unclear whether Moloch was the name of a god or if it simply refers to the type of sacrifice, which raises the scandalous possibility that at some point, child sacrifices were made to Yahweh. I mean, is it so hard to believe? Abraham and Isaac, that was a close call. You might assume that Baphomet is also Hebrew, but no. Baphomet is a medieval French corruption of the name of the Muslim prophet Muhammad, who you may have heard of. You might be noticing a trend where words for devils are derived from misunderstandings of other people's religion. That is usually how this works. Baphomet got famous in Europe in 1307 when King Philip IV of France basically owed a lot of money to the Knights Templar, so he convinced the Pope that, okay, one, that they were gay homosexuals, and two, that they worshipped Baphomet. It was a crusade against the Crusaders, Christian on Christian crime. So the Inquisition tortured confessions out of the Templars, and they were burned at the stake, as was the custom at the time. Okay, I'm oversimplifying this obviously, but history is more entertaining if you oversimplify it. Probably the most recognizable image of Satanism today is the depiction of Baphomet as a goat-headed demon. This was invented by 19th century occultists. It's a recent addition to the lore. Look, the thing about religion is it's a fandom. It's pop culture. They make it up as they go along. Look, I know you didn't vote for a Satanism tangent because you wanted yet another video of atheist ranting. You want to hear about fucked up perverts doing messed up stuff to kids. You want blasphemies. You want blood rituals. You want demonic orgies. You want consecrated hosts inserted into the bodily orifices of naked young women. Yes, that's why we're all here. It's why everyone is obsessed with Satanism and always has been. So let's get into it. Part 2, Satanic Panics. So let's just face the facts. There really was no such thing as organized religious Satanism until around the time the Beatles released Sgt. Pepper. And I will talk about actual Satanism in a section at the end, but most of this video is about fake Satanism, because nearly every accusation of Satanism throughout history, and there's been a lot of them, has been false. The history of Satanism is essentially a 2,000-year history of slander and libel. In the book Children of Lucifer, The Origins of Modern Religious Satanism by Ruben van Leck, I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce Dutch.
Nederlands.
Makes this argument very, very thoroughly. In the spirit of Satanism, why don't we go through this in reverse chronological order? You know, because Satanists do everything backwards. Let's start with the 1980s Satanic Panic, a moral panic in which over 12,000 accusations of so-called satanic ritual abuse were made largely on the basis of bogus recovered memory therapy. The most famous case is the McMartin preschool trials, at the time, and maybe still, the longest and most expensive series of trials in American history. Fortunately, everyone at McMartin was acquitted after 7 years of investigations and trials, but other cases led to convictions, like poor Kelly Michaels, who was convicted on 115 counts of sexual abuse and sentenced to 47 years in prison after 51 nursery school students accused her of sodomizing them with forks, knives, and swords, and forcing them to eat her piss and shit.
They say you inserted objects including Lego blocks, forks, spoons, serrated knives into their anuses, vaginas,
and a
penises,
sword.
And a sword.
Yeah.
It's very hard to believe, yet the jury believed it, and not you.
No one is willing to doubt a child.
She was released after 5 years when the appeals court found, quote, the interviews of the children were highly improper and utilized coercive and unduly suggestive methods. So what is this? How does something like this even happen? Well, a lot of people deserve the blame for the Satanic Panic. Therapists, whose botched methods of suggestive leading questions and hypnotherapy falsely convinced thousands of people, many of them children, that they were victims of horrific abuse at the hands of often their own parents. Religious leaders also share a lot of blame for exploiting this interest in Satan to inflame a culture war, attacking everything from rock music to Dungeons and Dragons.
Halloween is the time when all across the country, in secret little places, in the dark, there will be little babies sacrificed to Satan.
Law enforcement is also, of course, to blame. Cops collaborated with pastors to basically create an inquisition. There was even a video manual distributed to police departments called The Law Enforcement Guide to Satanic Cults.
In satanic occultism, that which is good is bad, that is also protected by the United States Constitution and the freedom of religion.
Yeah, that pesky Constitution, always getting in the way of law enforcement.
There's two different communities that use this park. One is the pagan or occultic community, and the other community is, of course, the homosexual community.
All law enforcement officers should be familiar with the different types of degeneracy.
Fuck you.
Sexual trafficking of children, corpse theft, black market baby selling, pedophilia, pornography.
I'm sorry, I know it's not funny, but come on. Pedophilia. Pornography.
Pornography.
Most witches are very adept at using the tarot.
Not the tarot.
You'll note on our model, another area we'll want to note is the foot area.
Like, it's funny, but it would be more funny if people didn't go to jail for this. So the patient zero of the 80s Satanic Panic was an extremely irresponsible book called Michelle Remembers, which I'm gonna have to try really hard not to talk about for 3 hours. Michelle Remembers tells the allegedly true story of Canadian woman Michelle Smith, who spends a year recounting childhood satanic cult abuse to her psychiatrist-turned-husband, Lawrence Pasder, MD. That's what they teach you in psychiatry school, right? Always marry your patients. This book sold millions of copies and was promoted by Oprah. How do I even summarize this? So after experiencing a traumatic miscarriage, Michelle gets in touch with her old psychiatrist, who she's obviously in love with, and tells him that there's something she needs to tell him, but she doesn't know what. And she soon begins to enter hypnotic trance states in which she assumes the voice of a 5-year-old girl. You know, "Mommy, mommy, I want my dolly," like 5-year-olds say. Michelle's regression to the persona of an innocent 5-year-old girl reminds me of what the pervert community calls little space. And in the voice of this 5-year-old, Michelle describes, well, initially kind of vague scenes of sexual abuse at the hands of witches. But Dr. Pasder, a devout Catholic and psychotherapeutic genius, is, quote, touched by the, quote, innocence of this, quote, 5-year-old child who happens to be in the body of an attractive 27-year-old woman whom he would later marry. So Dr. Pazder holds her hand, Michelle's hand, his patient Michelle, and he lets her rest her head on his shoulder, as psychiatrists often do. And Dr. Pazder assures Michelle that these bizarre experiences she's having in a hypnotic trance state are definitely literal childhood memories that she is reliving in real time 22 years later. Over the next 14 months, he tape records more than 600 hours of recovered memory hypnotherapy, the transcripts of which form the bulk of Michelle remembers. So I'm just going to list some of the things the Satanists do in Michelle's memories, and then we can decide together how much of this we think is true. Michelle remembers forced satanic orgies, forced cannibalism, forced enemas, forcing Michelle to defecate on the Bible and the crucifix, sacrificing kittens to Satan, pushing Michelle into an open grave and dumping dead kittens into the open grave, cutting up dead babies, crucifying and burning a dead baby, rubbing dead baby blood and gore all over Michelle's body. I'm sorry, I know this is disturbing, but Oprah told me it's really important that I read this. Other things that happen in this book include the Satanists lock Michelle in a cage full of snakes, where Michelle constructs an apotropaic cross out of her own hair and shit. A beautiful possessed lady from Vancouver with a long snake-like tongue and a swiveling head eats Michelle's feces and then kisses Michelle with her snake tongue, causing an actual snake to slither out of Michelle's vagina. Satanists lock Michelle inside an effigy of Satan full of snakes and tell her to eat a dead baby. Michelle then shoves the snakes and decaying baby pieces out of the eyes of the Satan effigy as a warning to the other children. A pointy-nosed man called the Doctor surgically attaches horns and a tail to Michelle's body, which she then rips off in the frenzy of a bloody birthing ritual. The Virgin Mary appears to Michelle in a francophone persona called Ma Mère, whose French words of encouragement Michelle is miraculously able to understand. A Canadian woman speaking French? Somebody call the Vatican. They literally called the Vatican. Ma Mère miraculously heals Michelle's horn and tail wounds, explaining why she has no scars. Convenient. Satanists from around the world gather to attend a black mass offered by the beast himself. A snake wraps around Michelle's neck, and then the snake transforms into the pointed tail of Satan, Prince of Darkness. Satan speaks to Michelle, but only in metrically inept rhyming couplets. Give me back the bone that's mine, then everything will be fine. Satan orders naked children to chew up Bible pages and spit them into the fire. Dead babies play the role of bread and wine in the Black Mass. Satan cuts up dead babies and throws the pieces to his worshippers, who smear the dead baby gore all over their white robes. Satan cuts out the heart of a pubescent girl and throws it into the fire, then cuts her body into pieces. The Black Mass escalates into a cosmic battle for Michelle's soul, with circles of angels and demons swirling overhead. The Archangel Michael arrives to save Michelle. Satan is defeated, for now, with the help of Michael, Mary, and Jesus Christ himself. Yes, Jesus Christ gets dragged into this narrative. So, okay. What percentage of these things do you guys think actually happened? Leave a comment. The Satanic Panic kind of puts us all in a difficult situation, right? Because on the one hand, if you say that someone claiming to be a victim of childhood abuse is lying, and if you're wrong, then you're a horrible person and you've done a horrible thing. But on the other hand, you don't want to join a witch hunt on the basis of testimony that is quite literally unbelievable. It is impossible to believe that these things happened.
It's very hard to believe, yet the jury believed it.
I do think in this case, there is a middle ground between Michelle telling the truth and Michelle lying. And there's a couple psychologically important details that we should pay attention to. One is that Michelle, in fact, did have a difficult childhood. Her father was an abusive alcoholic who physically abused her mother, and we can speculate that maybe Michelle was abused by her father. Though there's no evidence of that, it's at least more plausible than the idea of a snake-tongued possessed woman French kissing Michelle and eating her excrement. The other important detail is that when Michelle came to Dr. Pastor, she had recently experienced a traumatic miscarriage and invasive medical procedures related to that. And I'm really repeating an observation here that comes from Sarah Marshall, who's kind of a Michelle Remembers expert. She did a great 5-part podcast about this with Michael Hobbs on You're Wrong About, and she's interviewed in a documentary about this called Satan Wants You, which I recommend if you're interested in this particular case. But in light of the fact that Michelle had recently had a traumatic miscarriage, don't you think it's salient that so many of these memories involve dead babies and dead kittens? Is it possible that Michelle's fantastical memories are kind of the manifestation of unprocessed guilt and grief that she's experiencing related to the miscarriage? I mean, I don't have a license to practice psychotherapy like Dr. Pastor, so maybe I don't know what I'm talking about, but I feel like maybe that's something I would explore before jumping to the conclusion that Michelle is definitely remembering literal memories of satanic cult abuse. In addition to being an idiot, Dr. Pastor is also a bad person, and I hate him. He has no boundaries with his patient, he gets romantically involved, and he imposes his own grandiose religious fantasies on the experience of the patient. And the result is this book where, if I were to compare it to one thing, it's the obscene novels of the Marquis de Sade, which are full of tortured blasphemy and depraved sex acts. In general, I would say there's an interesting resemblance between satanic panic media and another genre, pornography.
Pornography. You'll note on our model, another area we'll want to note is the foot area.
Satanic panics are the pornography of the moralist. That's an idea I'm paraphrasing from historian Richard Hofstadter, author of the always relevant essay, The Paranoid Style in American Politics, in which Hofstadter says, quote, "Anti-Catholicism has always been the pornography of the Puritan." What does that mean? What is he referring to? Okay, so in 1836, another Canadian woman called Maria Monk published a book called Awful Disclosures of Maria Monk, or The Hidden Secrets of a Nun's Life in a Convent Exposed. Awful Disclosures alleged that so-called black nuns at a convent called the Hotel Dieu in Montreal instructed Maria and other nuns to have debauched sex with the local priests, and that the resulting babies were baptized and then strangled to death and buried in a lime pit in secret tunnels beneath the convent. According to Hofstadter, Awful Disclosures was, quote, probably the most widely read contemporary book in the United States before Uncle Tom's Cabin. It's strikingly similar to Michelle Remembers, and also a complete hoax. Hofstadter says, quote, anti-Catholics developed an immense lore about libertine priests, the confessional as an opportunity for seduction, licentious convents and monasteries, and the like. So anti-Catholicism has always been the pornography of the Puritan means that moralists often attribute their own morbid sexual obsessions to the targets of their moralism. In our own time, look at Pizzagate, look at QAnon, or even the cultural obsession with Jeffrey Epstein. The main activity of this Save the Children moralism is endless, obsessive fantasizing about the depraved pedophile orgies of the elite. At a certain point, it becomes pornographic, but the pornographic aspect is disavowed by people who convince themselves that they're only taking an interest in this out of a moral obligation to save the children. Although the only saving activity they ever seem to engage in is spending all their time reading about the lurid details of fantastical sex crimes.
My God! That's disgusting. Naked pics online? Where? Where did he post those?
This is also why Satan and Satanism are often portrayed as sexy, as seductive, because Christians attribute their own forbidden and repressed desires to Satan. Satanists and witches are often represented as engaging in all kinds of forbidden perversions because they symbolically represent temptation. Anyway, instead of instigating a satanic panic, Awful Disclosures instigated an anti-Catholic panic during a very anti-Catholic period of American history where millions of Catholic immigrants were arriving from Ireland and Germany. And the so-called Native Americans, that is, white Protestants, spread all these conspiracy theories about a papist plot to destroy America through mass migration secretly subsidized by the Catholic powers of Europe. Isn't it boring how idiocy never changes? American Puritans have been hunting witches since 1692, and they've never really stopped. Now, when I first started researching this, I had a hypothesis that satanic panics are a specifically Protestant phenomenon, since American Puritans and their descendants have always seen Satanists and pagans hiding around every corner. But then I started reading about French satanic panics, and it turns out that the Catholics in France are just as stupid as American Protestants. If you're Christian, I'm sorry, I'm not talking about you. Hashtag not all Christians. In the 1880s and 1890s, in the French Third Republic, several books accusing Freemasons of being secret Satanists were published by former Freemason authors, such as Dr. Bataille and Diana Vaughan. I put their names in quotation marks because these people are not real, but no one knew that yet. The books claimed that there was a secret Luciferian cult within Freemasonry called the Palladium. Palladists, supposedly led from America by former Confederate officer Albert Pike, allegedly included women as well as men, and allegedly worshipped Baphomet, held black masses and satanic orgies, spit on the crucifix, inserted consecrated hosts into women's vaginas, were the secret conspirators behind the French Revolution, and who were now planning to destroy the papacy. All of this created a huge scandal among French Catholics and was essentially endorsed by Pope Leo XIII until it was all publicly revealed to be a hoax by the writer Leo Taxil, who was Dr. Bataille and Diana Vaughan et al. I say until, but in fact, claims originating in the Taxil hoax never really died and are still commonplace among conspiracy theorists online who to this day talk about Luciferian Freemasons plotting to destroy Christianity and sacrificing children, etc., etc. Taxil's purpose in creating the hoax was to make the church look bad. But you should never create a hoax like this, because not only does a lie travel around the world before the truth can put on its boots, but also, lies never die, no matter how ridiculous they are. Anyway, I find it interesting how similar the American Protestant accusations against Catholics were to the French Catholic accusations against Freemasons. It's all the same accusations. And it's also similar to the Satanic Panic of the 1980s and to the QAnon madness of the decade in which I'm making this video. Okay, we're still in the 19th century and I need to make it to the year zero, so let's pick up the pace. We'll skip the 18th century because it was an age of reason. Sort of. Let me talk about one satanic panic in the 17th century because I love it and I want to talk about it. The satanic panic in question is known as the Affair of the Poisons, and it began in 1677 when the chief of the Paris police was tipped off about a secret network of poisoners and occultists. Among the people arrested were Catherine Trianon, a lesbian sorceress who kept a human skeleton in her reception room, and a woman known as La Voisin, a fortune teller, abortionist, and seller of poisons, who may have indirectly murdered more than 2,000 people. God forbid a woman do anything. Fears of a conspiracy to poison the king himself led Louis XIV to establish a special court for trying cases of poisoning and witchcraft. During the trials, and sometimes under torture, elaborate testimony was given about black masses performed using naked women as altars, worshipping the devil, sacrificial abortions, consecrating menstrual fluids in the blood of murdered children, throwing dead babies into fires, and yes, say it with me, inserting consecrated hosts into the vaginas of naked women. You know, the usual. Anyway, the affair wrapped up pretty quickly when the king's own mistress became implicated in the conspiracy. Awkward. But 36 people were executed, most of them poisoners, magicians, alchemists, that sort of thing. Before the Affair of the Poisons, a lot of these main tropes of satanic panics had circulated throughout the medieval and early modern eras during the witch trials, where magic of any kind was equated with worshipping the devil. And in the witch trials, you really see in action the principle that satanic panics are the pornography of the moralist, because the line between accusations of witchcraft and sexual fantasy gets very blurry. Witch trials often involved the invasive inspection of women's bodies for witches' marks. In the horrible Malleus Maleficarum, the witch hunting manual published by the Vatican-endorsed Heinrich Kramer in 1486, there's a kind of obsession on display with women fucking demons.
Incubus, a male demonic force that copulates with human females.
It's hard to overstate how misogynistic this book is. Heinrich Kramer is like a medieval Andrew Tate with the jurisdiction to torture and murder people. Quote, "A greater number of witches is found in the fragile feminine sex than among men. She is more carnal than a man, as is clear from her many carnal abominations. Femina comes from fe and minus, since she is ever weaker to hold and preserve the faith." God, and it's written in that scholastic argument and rebuttal format. This motherfucker thinks he's Thomas Aquinas. He also accuses witches of killing babies, eating babies, drinking baby blood, and yes, stealing men's penises. Castration. Before the witch trials, many of these same accusations were applied to Jews, the terrible blood libel trope that led to pogroms and expulsions. Medieval Christians accused Jews of worshipping Satan, desecrating the host, crucifying children, drinking the blood of Christian babies. Sometimes blood libel was the result of needing someone to blame for, say, a plague or the disappearance or unsolved murder of a child, like William of Norwich in 1144 or Simon of Trent in 1475. The root of Satanism accusations in general tends to be a need to scapegoat outsiders, witches, foreigners, religious outgroups. That tendency has of course existed beyond and before Christianity, and Christians have even been the victims of it themselves. The church father Tertullian said of the treatment of early Christians by the Romans, quote, "We are accused of infamous secret atrocities, an infanticide, a feast of blood, and incest. They think the Christians are the cause of every public disaster, of every affliction with which the people are visited. If the Tiber River rises as high as the city walls, if the Nile does not send its waters up over the fields, if the heavens give no rain, if there is an earthquake, if there is a famine or pestilence, straightway the cry is, 'Away with the Christians to the lions.'" There's almost a kind of monomyth or archetypal accusation directed at religious outgroups with tropes that have been stable for thousands of years. Killing babies, drinking blood, committing deviant sex acts. But the archetype takes the particular form of Satanism when Christians are the accusers. I guess Christians tend not to be very imaginative when it comes to other people's religious practices, so the accusation of Satanism tends to assume that alleged Satanists are essentially practicing upside-down Christianity, saying the Lord's Prayer backwards, turning crosses upside down, offering inverted Catholic masses where a dead baby is the Eucharist and a naked woman is the altar. But the evidence that anyone has ever actually practiced these things is very scant, to put it charitably. So for most of history, there's been no such thing as Satanism, except as an accusation thrown around by Christians. But in the second half of the 20th century, all of that was about to change. Part 3. Actual Satanism. So when rumors about Satanism are constantly circulating, and there's all these stories about black masses and ritual orgies and pacts with the devil, it's only a matter of time until the accusation causes the crime. In other words, people hear what Satanists are allegedly doing, and they think, you know what? That actually sounds pretty cool. Don't mind if I do. Honestly, I'm surprised it took as long as it did. The first ever organized Church of Satan was founded in 1966 by Anton Sandor LaVey. But before we get into that, let's list some honorable mentions. In the 19th century, there was a lot of what Van Leck calls romantic Satanism, this sort of literary pseudo-Satanism that mostly just admires Satan as a symbol of rebellion, of enlightenment, and of freedom. The unintentional father of romantic Satanism is the poet John Milton, whose poem Paradise Lost is maybe the best poem in the English language, and there's not exactly a shortage of good poetry in English. Quote, "The mind is its own place, and in itself can make a heaven of hell, a hell of heaven. What matter where, if I be still the same, and what I should be, but all but less than he whom thunder hath made greater? Here at least we shall be free. The Almighty hath not built here for his envy, will not drive us hence. Here we may reign secure, and in my choice to reign is worth ambition, though in hell. Better to reign in hell than serve in heaven." Satan is a very attractive character in Paradise Lost because he seems human. There's something relatable about him. He's fallible. He's engaged in this ultimately futile war against an omnipotent enemy. And there's something kind of beautifully tragic about that rebellion. Whereas God, it's impossible to make God relatable because God is an omnipotent, cosmic, feudal lord. This is why Christianity is smart to give God a human avatar. It gives us something to relate to. But Jesus is not much of a character in Paradise Lost, so all of our sympathy sort of gravitates towards Satan and then later towards Eve. If you only read parts of Paradise Lost, read books 1, 2, and 9. Those are the best. So the romantic interpretation of Satan was a massive influence on generations of radicals and artists: Mary Shelley, Percy Shelley, William Blake, Charles Baudelaire. And you do kind of have to wonder what Milton was thinking. We know that John Milton was an anti-monarchist, and he writes this poem where Satan is this kind of like celestial anti-monarchist. I don't know. It's interesting. So romantic Satanists didn't actually worship Satan in any religious sense. But there was no organized religious Satanism until Anton Sandor LaVey founded the Church of Satan in 1966 in San Francisco, headquartered in a black painted house.
In nomine Satanis Luciferi Excelsis. Hail Satan!
Hail Satan!
Shemham Farash!
Shemham Farash!
Now, it would be easy to caricature Anton LaVey as like a lecherous carnival magician because he was a lecherous carnival magician. Who, in my opinion, started taking himself a little too seriously.
Place us in a position of sovereignty that we might look down upon our inferiors and cast their kin into the morass of mediocrity where they belong.
I don't trust anyone who founds a religion. It's not really a good sign, is it? Personality-wise. LaVey started out as a keyboard player, something I have in common with him. He was a carnival calliope and organ player performing under the name The Great Sandor. The Great Sandor claims that while he was an organist at a strip club, he had an affair with Marilyn Monroe, which is the biggest lie I've ever heard in my entire life. The Satanic Bible, published by Anton LaVey in 1969, is the closest thing to a foundational text. The core of the Satanic philosophy, I suppose, is expressed in the 9 Satanic statements. 1. Satan represents indulgence instead of abstinence. 2. Satan represents vital existence instead of spiritual pipe dreams. 3. Satan represents undefiled wisdom instead of hypocritical self-deceit. 4. Satan represents kindness to those who deserve it instead of love wasted on ingrates. 5. Satan represents vengeance instead of turning the other cheek. 6. Satan represents responsibility to the responsible instead of concern for psychic vampires. There's a whole chapter in this book on dealing with psychic vampires. It's the most new age crystal lady shit I've ever read in my entire life. 7. Satan represents man as just another animal, sometimes better, more often worse than those that walk on all fours, who, because of his divine, spiritual, and intellectual development, has become the most vicious animal of all. 8. Satan represents all of the so-called sins, as they all lead to physical, mental, or emotional gratification. And 9. Satan has been the best friend the church has ever had, as he has kept it in business all those years. Okay, oh my god, look at the picture of Anton on the back. He looks like a sophisticated goth. Who knows what he's doing?
It is important to me to carry myself in a manner where people are going to say, you know what, he knows what he's doing.
The Satanic Bible is divided into 4 books: the Book of Satan, the Book of Lucifer, the Book of Belial, and the Book of Leviathan, corresponding to the elements fire, air, earth, and water. The Book of Satan, or the Infernal Diatribe, is a philosophical ramble plagiarized from an 1896 book called Might is Right by Ragnar Redbeard, which is a racist, misogynist, social Darwinist misinterpretation of Nietzsche's philosophy. LaVey did tone down the racism and misogyny somewhat, although the Satanic Bible still contains such absurdities as LaVey's dress code for satanic rituals. Quote, "Black robes are worn by the male participants. The purpose in covering the face is to allow the participant freedom to express emotion in the face without concern. Female participants wear garments which are sexually suggestive, or all black clothing for older women." I mean, at least it's honest. So the Satanic Bible advocates a kind of egotistic religion of the self. LaVey says that the highest satanic holiday is your birthday, which honestly is so ridiculous that it's adorable. A lot of people say that Anton LaVey is like Ayn Rand plus occult rituals, and that's true. Quote, "Death to the weakling, wealth to the strong. Hate your enemies with a whole heart, and if a man smite you on one cheek, smash him on the other." Okay, buddy. I don't believe Anton LaVey has ever smashed anyone. Walking around dressed like that, I'm guessing he was the one who was getting smashed. LaVey does clarify that he believes in the rights of others. Quote, "Therefore, Satanism does not advocate rape, child molesting, sexual defilement of animals." And it's good of him to clear that up, considering the stereotype, but it also seems kind of inconsistent with the might makes right attitude. Like, why do people have rights if might makes right? It is a very lascivious religion. LaVey advocates the use of masturbation in rituals to generate sexual energy. And on the topic of death, he says that fear of death and clinging to life is healthy because the vital ego outlives the flesh. I just simply have no idea what that's could possibly mean, and it doesn't make any sense. And importantly, the thing that makes Anton LaVey more than just an edgy atheist is that he advocates ritual. He claims that ritual functions as a, quote, "dogmatic, anti-intellectual device. It shuts down the intellect and purifies the will. Quote, "Man needs ceremony and ritual, fantasy and enchantment." I think there's probably some truth to that. I actually wanted to do a satanic ritual for this video, but I ran out of time. Maybe it's for the best considering the direction this country is going. Like, I could actually end up being burnt at the stake. But I even bought a ritual dagger and a chalice for this. And I also bought a goat skull, which, like, what was I even gonna do with this? I mean, whatever, it's still tax deductible. My life is weird. Oh, let's just do a quick satanic ritual. In the name of Satan, ruler of the earth, king of the world, I command the forces of darkness to bestow their infernal power upon me. Oh, hear the names: Astaroth, Hecate, Baphomet, Beelzebub. I hence invoke thy aid. Fuck Donald Trump. Fuck Elon Musk. May their breakup be humiliatingly public and spectacularly entertaining. In nomine Dei Nostri Satanis Luciferi Excelsi. Shem Hem Fresh, Hail Satan. Okay, how did that feel? I guess it felt good. I don't know what I'm doing with this goat skull. I'm gonna put it away. This is weird. So when LaVey wrote the Satanic Bible, he legitimately thought that Christianity was in decline and that he was creating the religion of a new age, which turned out to be completely wrong. By the 1980s, fundamentalist Christianity in America was fully resurgent, and Anton LaVey's biggest fans ended up being metalheads, a fandom he didn't particularly appreciate. Anton LaVey may have been a Satanist, but he was still a grumpy old man born in 1930, and he never liked metal. In fact, he's cited as an example of true satanic music, the 1920s pop song, Yes, We Have No... Okay, I can't even see the title. It's so fucking funny. He's cited as an example of true satanic music, the 1920s pop song, Yes, We Have No Bananas.
Yes, we have no bananas. We have no bananas today.
Unfortunately, in his later years, Anton LaVey became friendly with, well, fascists who shared his anti-egalitarian views. And he even suggested using eugenics to breed an elite Satanist class. If he were alive today, I'm pretty confident he would have voted for Trump. So I think we can pretty confidently put Anton LaVey in the garbage. No thank you. But whatever, he died in 1997 and the Church of Satan is now mostly irrelevant. However, there are a handful of other Satanist organizations that deserve a mention before I wrap this up. In the 70s, there was in fact a schism within the Church of Satan, which is, I guess, how you know it's a real religion. Disciple Michael Aquino objected to LaVey's granting high priesthood to his personal driver, as well as to anyone who paid him enough money. Also, he was apparently a sincere theistic Satanist who believed that Satan is an actual transcendent being from whom he received a revelation asking to be known by the name of the Egyptian god Set. And so he founded the Temple of Set for the purpose of actual devil worship. While Anton LaVey clarified that he never actually believed in Satan, and this was all kind of a Randian objectivism dressed up with a little light occultism. The most prominent Satanist organization today is the Satanic Temple, which is famous for putting up those statues of Baphomet in courthouses to counter statues of the Ten Commandments. As far as I can tell, the Satanic Temple is basically a secular humanist organization that advocates separation of church and state. According to their website, quote, "The mission of the Satanic Temple is to encourage benevolence and empathy, reject tyrannical authority, advocate practical common sense, oppose injustice, and undertake noble pursuits." Okay. Sounds fine to me. Quote, "The Church of Satan expresses vehement opposition to the campaigns and activities of the Satanic Temple, asserting themselves as the only true arbiters of Satanism, while the Satanic Temple dismisses the Church of Satan as irrelevant and inactive." Oh my god, Satanist drama? I should have just done a tangent on that. There's a documentary about the Satanic Temple called Hail Satan, which follows their activities, and from that documentary I get the sense that the Satanic Temple is basically edgy Reddit atheists who cause Christians to have panic attacks because they call themselves Satanists. And I want to say to the Christians, guys, get it together. You're being trolled online by geeks. Anyway, I guess I should address one last question. Am I a Satanist? No, I think LaVeyan Satanism sucks. The Temple of Satan seems fine. I support their journey. But personally, I've never felt I needed a satanic organization to be an edgy atheist, if you hadn't noticed. Now where's that goat skull?
There's a fruit store on our street. It's run by a Greek, and he keeps good things to eat, but you should hear him speak. When you ask him anything, why he never answers no. He just yeses you to death, and as he takes your dough, he tells you, yes, we have no bananas. We have no bananas today.
Camille Paglia is an Italian-American, transgender, non-binary, lesbian, post-feminist, edgelord libertarian. And I hate her, and I love her, as Catullus may have said. Tangent. I'm kind of touched that you all voted for a feminist-adjacent topic in the year of our Lord 2025, when it is deeply unfashionable to be a woman. In 2015, I was very in to be a woman. But in 2025, women are in retrograde. In this video, I'm going to guide you through Camille Paglia's 1990 magnum opus, Sexual Personae, Art and Decadence from Nefertiti to Emily Dickinson, which has influenced my thinking recently and which I will argue deserves a place in the canon of great books about gender. Now, there are some obstacles in the way of my argument here, and I'd like to begin by addressing those. I'm guessing most of you, if you're aware of Camille Paglia, probably know her as a public intellectual participant in the 2016 era campus free speech debates. And if that's the case, your opinion of her is probably not overwhelmingly positive. I don't blame you. One of my first experiences with her was a clip of her talking about how transgender people are a sign of decadence, heralding the fall of Western civilization to the barbarians of ISIS.
There is a tremendous and rather terrifying disconnect between the infatuation with the transgender movement in our own culture and what's going on out there, okay?
As far as I can tell, Paglia has said nothing of value for at least 10 years. Her opinions on trans liberation and Me Too are wrong. And worse than that, they're boring. You know, I can excuse being wrong. I mean, we're all wrong to some extent. But if you're going to be wrong, you do need to be entertaining. And Paglia is perfectly capable of entertainment. In the 90s, she'd give these interviews full of megalomaniacal ranting, which, when it's not insufferable, is highly entertaining. Like when she claimed to be the Susan Sontag of the 90s.
I am the Sontag of the 90s, there's no doubt. She literally is being passed, okay, by a younger rival, and she's not handling it, I'm afraid, very gracefully.
Or when she claimed to be the first great female rock guitarist. but using words and not the instrument.
Hard rock is male, it's aggressive, and people who like rock love me because my voice is the voice of rock. See, what I'm doing essentially is it's a kind of lead guitar work, okay? I think I'm the first great lead guitarist who was a woman, okay? But I'm using words and not the instrument.
I don't even think she abuses stimulants. I think she just naturally has coke fiend energy. And I resent that because I have to work really hard to abuse stimulants. The one funny thing Palia did this decade is a dialogue with Jordan Peterson where she talks circles around him because she's 10 times smarter than he is, and then the two of them work each other up into a histrionic lather over the Orwellian enforcement of transgender pronouns.
And that is absolutely Orwellian. That is absolutely intolerable.
Sad. This was basically all I knew about Camille Paglia until a few years ago when I finally picked up Sexual Personae. So you can imagine my surprise when I started reading and I realized this is no mere Jordan Peterson. This is no mere J.K. Rowling. We have an actual thinker on our hands. So how did the luminary who wrote this book wind up as just another tedious boomer intellectual whining about pronouns like a hack comedian? Well, Paglia may sadly be another case of cancellation psychosis. The feminist movement did not exactly fall in love with Sexual Personae. Gloria Steinem went so far as to say, quote, Paglia calling herself a feminist is sort of like a Nazi saying they're not anti-Semitic. This is typical of the hyperbolic way that activists criticize people who think. And I can't help but identify with Paglia here because, as something of a thinker/jester myself, I have also run into this problem once or twice. You know, I am not an activist. I am not an organizer. I do not have the skills nor the inclination to be either of those things. I go to protests occasionally, but I've never once enjoyed it. I feel like I'm faking it, like I'm lip-syncing hymns in church. Call me an edgelord all you want. I cannot abide sloganeering. The only agreement I have with J.K. Rowling is that nothing makes me feel less like trans women are women than those tweets that just say trans women are women 15 times. It reads as insecure. Good ideas don't usually need to be propped up with prayers and mantras. Don't get me wrong, I believe activists have a right to exist. The world needs activists. No activity would be activated without them, and God forbid that would be our fate. But they do have a tendency to be conformist, sloganeering fanatics for all the same reasons that priests are dogmatists. It's not for no reason that the Catholic Church has punished heretics for centuries. If you don't enforce dogma, well, that's how you get Mormonism. I have nothing against Mormonism in particular. I regard Joseph Smith as America's very own Prophet Muhammad. Peace be upon him. But from the perspective of Catholicism, it's a catastrophe. So activists kind of need to be sloganeering conformists to some extent, because otherwise, the movement loses its coherence. So activists are always in conflict, both with thinkers and with jesters. The problem with activists is they don't know when to back off and let us do our thing. And the problem with contrarian free thinkers, let's own up to our responsibility here as well, is we do tend to overestimate our ability to handle the controversies that we start. Look what happened to Socrates. Paglia mentions Oscar Wilde cried every day for a year after his humiliation at the train station. Byron says a single bad review killed Keats. These little babies would not last a week in our world. Imagine what one day on X the Everything app would have done to Nietzsche. Would have cooked his brain faster than syphilis. Now, I'm not saying that Paglia is the Nietzsche of the 90s. Let's not take things too far. But I am saying that I am the Paglia of the 2020s. There's no doubt. The difference, though, is I am a gentle lamb who's constantly persecuted for no reason. Whereas you can't really say that Paglia is the innocent victim of activist purity testing because she's an extremely combative person who starts most of the fights she ends up in. She's a public intellectual with the persona of a rapper, right down to the constant feuding with everyone from bell hooks to Madonna.
Camille Paglia, the famous feminist writer, said that I set women back.
Camille Paglia may in fact be the first great female rapper, except without a beat. She's the Azealia Banks of the 90s, there's no doubt. A shit talker, a machine gunner of hot takes that are either brilliant or deranged, with nothing in between. I think it's called bipolar disorder. We can recognize each other, or at least project our own psychopathologies. This is all about projection. I have to believe these people are redeemable because I'm afraid that I'm infected with the same virus. Well, let's see if I can save Paglia from herself. Part 1. The book this video is supposed to be about. Sexual Personae was published in 1990 as an expansion of Paglia's 1974 dissertation, Sexual Personae, the Androgyne in Literature and Art. So initially this book was a study of artistic androgyny, and then I think Palia's ambition led her to expand it into basically her own version of the second sex.
My book, Sexual Personae, which was like a 700-page book, I said that is the biggest sex change in history.
In my opinion, by far the most interesting and entertaining sections of this book are the ones that were added later, because they're the ones that make sweeping, provocative claims about the entire history of Western culture and the place of mankind in the cosmos. I love this kind of shit, but academics hate it for the same reason they hate pop science, pop history, pop anything. It doesn't meet academic standards of rigor. Unfortunately, the goals of entertainment and the goals of rigor are frequently in conflict. In academia, you're expected to hyper-focus on meticulously exploring one little problem, one poem, one genetic mutation, 1 year of the history of Florence during the Black Plague. I'm glad that there are people who are willing to do this, but I do not have the patience. It's one reason I dropped out of grad school to become a YouTuber. I am a king in the castle dining hall, and I demand to be entertained. Sexual Personae delivers. This book is 700 pages long, and I've now read it cover to cover twice. Okay, the second time I listened to the audiobook, but I'm an auditory learner. Okay, I think I process audiobooks just as well as ink and paper, and if you disagree, you're ableist. So shut up. Reading this book, one is frequently tempted to utter the ultimate anti-intellectual phrase, "Ma'am, this is a Wendy's." Raw clams, I am convinced, have a latently conolingual character that many find repugnant. Eating a clam, fresh killed, barely dead, is a barbarous, amorous plunging into Mother Nature's cold, salt sea. Ma'am, this is a Wendy's. Fist fucking, in its starkly depersonalized conflation of voluntary rape and primitive exploratory surgery, dramatizes the daimonism of the sexual imagination. Ma'am, this is a Wendy's. Who starts conversations like that? But we're not going to be anti-intellectual in this video. I am opening my mind completely. I'm willing to hear anything out, even if it is about the inherent daimonism of fist fucking. The first 40 pages, a chapter called Sex and Violence, or Nature and Art, are a mind-bending polemic against second-wave feminism. And then the next 640 pages are an odyssey through Western art and literary history, from Egyptian monuments to Greek sculpture to medieval armor and Italian Renaissance painting. And then the second half of the book pivots to French and English literature from the Renaissance to the 19th century, with frequent tangents about music, movies, and pornography. I'm going to try to distill a few of the main theses for you, and then we'll explore them in more detail. Thesis 1. Gender stereotypes and gender antagonism are not just symptoms of patriarchal oppression, but are rooted in deeper dynamics of the human condition related to sexual anatomy and reproduction. Thesis 2. Much of Western culture is a glorious, though delusional, masculine quest to evade devouring female nature. Thesis 3. Liberalism, represented by Rousseau, mistakenly assumes that nature is benevolent, and so wrongly places all the blame for violence and hierarchy on corrupt society. Palia instead identifies Sadian nature, red in tooth and claw, as the source of both sexuality and aggression, and she defends the amoral sadism of art and pornography from liberal criticism and denial. Thesis 4. Sexuality and religion were united in Greco-Roman paganism and separated by Christianity. But Christianity never truly defeated paganism, which spiritually survived in Western art, from medieval armor to Hollywood movies. Thesis 5. Great artists are mentally transsexual, and art crosses the boundaries between the sexes. That is a lot of ground to cover in one book, so let's get started. Part 2. The Gulf That Divides the Sexes. The most controversial recurring theme of Sexual Personae is Palia's claim that there's a biological, anatomical basis to gender differences and gender stereotypes as they appear in art, society, and mythology. This idea would have been very threatening to feminists at the time Sexual Personae was published, though today, I think it's probably less threatening to feminism and more threatening to transgender and queer theory. Feminism is in a kind of waning phase at the moment because in the last 10 years, feminism has split into two irreconcilable branches, with queer liberation on one side and gender-critical reactionaries on the other. And the gender-critical reactionaries have completely reconciled themselves to biological determinism. So now, it's mostly the queer liberationists arguing that sex and gender are social constructs. So trans people will likely feel threatened by Palia's claims that gender originates in the body, but I want to argue that this need not be as threatening as it sounds. Now, Palia is not going to make this easy for me because she's a goddamn edgelord who constantly goes out of her way to trigger the libs, so I will have to use Palia's own ideas against her to some extent. I'm doing all these disclaimers because if you're a trans person online who has an opinion about gender that's different from another trans person's opinion, you will be accused of being a TERF, true scum, and literally Hitler. I understand that this will be the consequence of my actions, and I am choosing to proceed anyway. I actually think transgender theory would benefit from abandoning the postmodern disavowal of the body. This idea from Judith Butler or Foucault that the sexed body is constructed by discourse. I used to do a version of this argument, citing Wittgenstein's use theory of language, right? That words just mean whatever we use them to mean. So a woman is whatever we call a woman. I'm no longer satisfied with this. I feel like it implies a false degree of arbitrariness by neglecting to engage with why language is used in the ways that it is. My current view, which is probably somewhere between Palia and Butler, is that gender is a conceptual system rooted in metaphors of the body. So the postmodern view is that discourse constructs the sexed body. But doesn't the sexed body also construct discourse? Every human language has a word for mother and a word for father, and often those are the first two words that infants learn. I don't think this is merely an artifact of cis-hetero white supremacist patriarchy. I think it is probably related to the fact that humans are sexually reproducing mammals. Can we go that far without controversy? We cannot. In the last tangent, I talked about mommy politics and daddy politics as metaphorical value systems, referencing the book Metaphors We Live By. The authors of that book, Lakoff and Johnson, wrote another book called Philosophy in the Flesh, which argues that the metaphors that make up human thinking arise from the body. So for example, we talk about a warm greeting or a cold gesture. The underlying metaphor is affection equals warmth, which I assume derives from the experience of two warm-blooded bodies embracing each other. For babies, warmth and affection are almost always correlated. A phrase like, "I see what you mean," uses vision as a metaphor for understanding. The metaphor comes from the human eye. And Lakoff and Johnson have a whole list of metaphors like this that are based in bodily experience. Similarity is closeness. Happy is up. More is up. Bad is stinky. Categories are containers. Understanding is grasping. Time is motion. They argue that this insight undermines most of Western philosophy, which assumes that abstract reasoning operates independently, when in fact, the mind is inherently embodied. In psychology, this idea is called embodied cognition. Now, Camille Paglia does not talk about embodied cognition, because, like Jordan Peterson, Paglia is spiritually a New Age crystal girly. The two of them could probably talk about astrology for hours.
I'm an Aries woman, like Joan Crawford, Betty Davis, and so on. We have a lot of problems with people, okay, because of this. We're just so obnoxious. I'm just like this egomaniac. I'm an Aries.
I am much more rationalistic than these people. So embodied cognition is how I'm going to rationalize their New Age gibberish. Paglia says, quote, "Our lives as physical beings give rise to basic metaphors of apprehension, which vary greatly between the sexes." Okay, what are some examples of that? Well, in the last tangent, I talked about how the nurturant parent metaphor for government originates in female anatomy, because it's women, mothers, who nurse babies. Of course, that doesn't mean men can't be nurturant, but when a man adopts nurturant values, he's taking up a metaphor rooted in the female body. For the next 10 minutes, when I say woman, I mean cis woman. When I say man, I mean cis man. I will get to trans people. Don't worry, relax. Arithmetic before calculus. Paglia takes after Freud in making some very bold claims about the cultural repercussions of sexual anatomy. Some of what she says I think is fascinating, but some is implausible or borderline misogynistic. You have been warned, so I'm just gonna give you raw, unsugar-coated Paglia, because I respect your intelligence. I think you can entertain an idea without necessarily accepting it, and in fact, it is good mental exercise to do so. So Paglia identifies woman with nature, as prehistoric people did. Paleolithic religions tended to be earth cults, worshipping mother goddesses, figures of fertility. Why is Earth a mother? Why is nature female? Well, it's an embodied metaphor of pregnancy, birth, seasons, cycles. And Paglia argues that men and women exist in different relations to that metaphor. Every human, male or female, emerges from a female body, but a woman is a female body. So, according to the metaphor, women belong to nature in a way that men do not. Men are exiles from nature while still owing their existence to nature, and Palya thinks this burdens men with a distinctive anxiety which is intensified by the symmetry of womb and tomb. It feels more true because it rhymes. From Mother Nature, men came, and to Mother Nature, men will return. Palya thinks that men are motivated to avoid this fact, to distance themselves from the mother who both births and eventually devours them. Quote, I see the mother as an overwhelming force who condemns men to a lifelong sexual anxiety from which they escape through rationalism and physical achievement. Whereas, quote, woman does not dream of transcendental or historical escape from natural cycle since she is that cycle. At least until recently, when feminism inspired women to begin imitating the historically male quest to overcome nature. Palya thinks women are less susceptible to the delusion of free will because women have less control of their bodies, which are ruled by nature's cycles. I don't know, I think men have their own struggles with control of the body. St. Augustine was deeply disturbed by his inability to consciously influence his erections, and so he inflicted 2 millennia of sexual shame on Western culture. Palya argues that there is an anatomical basis to tropes that feminism usually condemns as sexist stereotypes. For example, the vagina dentata. Quote, the toothed vagina is no sexist hallucination. Every penis is made less in every vagina, just as mankind, male and female, is devoured by Mother Nature. The femme fatale is, quote, not a fiction but an extrapolation of biological realities in women. Sex as a natural rather than social transaction really is a kind of drain of male energy by female fullness. The male contribution to procreation is momentary, and then the pregnant woman becomes, quote, daimonically, devilishly complete, and a model of narcissism. Dialing up the edgeometer even further, Palya claims, quote, men, bonding together, invented culture as a defense against female nature. Probably the most infamous quote from this book goes, if civilization had been left in female hands, we would still be living in grass huts. Now, I would hate to think that the first great female rock guitarist is misogynistic.
Hard rock is male, it's aggressive, and people who like rock love me because my voice is the voice of rock.
But we are venturing here into territory that seems, at best, misogyny curious. And I have seen this quote repeated many times by anti-feminists for misogynist purposes. But I'm not going to do guilt by association, and I'm going to be very charitable to Palya here, because she's not a sloganeer. I hate when people quote me out of context, so I will give the benefit of the doubt that I would like to receive. Her next sentence goes, a contemporary woman clapping on a hard hat merely enters a conceptual system invented by men. So she's not saying that women can't do construction. She's saying that it's historical reality that much of civilization is man-made. And modern women have now adopted concepts originating with men, in the same way that a nurturant man takes on metaphorically female values. Okay, but if women are capable of construction, then why would women not have moved beyond grass huts? What is it about men that especially inclines them toward building pyramids? Are the pyramids stored in the balls? Well, Palya actually does say something along those lines, and we'll get to that. But I think her stronger argument is that masculine striving and achievement were a reaction to men's separation from womanhood and nature. The man's anxiety is of being swallowed back up by the feminine cycles of creation destruction whence he came, and patriarchal culture is a defense against that anxiety. I think this argument applies to the early history of Western religion. Earth cult mother goddesses were supplanted by masculine sky god cults, roughly correlating with the growth of agriculture that enabled pyramidal social hierarchies ruled by kings and pharaohs. In a Babylonian creation myth, the Enuma Elish, the male storm god Marduk kills the oceanic mother goddess Tiamat, and he splits her body in two to separate the sky and earth, anticipating the creation of the firmament in Genesis. In Genesis, feminine divinity has been repressed out of existence altogether, and a single father god creates the earth from chaos by verbal command. Femaleness makes no appearance in Genesis at all until Eve is essentially born from Adam, which feels to me like a suspicious denial and reversal of the maternal origins of men. Palia says, quote, "The book of Genesis is a male declaration of independence from the ancient mother cults." Yes, I like this argument. I am less convinced, however, by Palia's argument that the pyramids are stored in the bowls, but I am amused, so let's discuss. So there's the obvious point that an erect penis is sort of architectural and maybe an embodied prototype for obelisks and skyscrapers. Palia is oddly fixated on phallic construction. Quote, "When I cross the George Washington Bridge or any of America's great bridges, I think men have done this. Construction is a sublime male poetry." Ma'am, this is a Wendy's. I mean, she's obviously trying to trigger the feminists. There is no other explanation. You know, there was this second wave feminist trope of catcalling construction workers, and there maybe is something a little cringe about bourgeois academic feminists acting so traumatized about being whistled at by a vulgarian on an I-beam. So I assume that that's the context of Palia's recurrent valorization of construction workers. Say what you will about Palia, she has worked hard to earn her reputation as the feminist men like. Palia traces all kinds of intricate conceptual webs resulting from genital geometry. She makes a very big deal out of the fact that male sex organs are external and visible, while female sex organs are internal and hidden. This, she thinks, is the source of the idea that women are mysterious, because they carry secrets within their body. A woman may not even get a good look at her own genitals without a mirror, making her a mystery even to herself. And so the female body is mythologized as a hidden sacred place, a temple or a secret garden. And conversely, gardens and temples, metaphorically, are female. Quote, "Virginity is categorically different for the sexes. A boy becoming a man quests for experience, but a girl is a sealed vessel that must be broken into by force." Here we have the rare agreement between Palia and Dworkin, that penetration inherently implies a metaphor of violation. Palia claims that masculine embodied metaphors are based on erection, ejaculation, and upright urination. Quote, "The male genital metaphor is concentration and projection. Man is sexually compartmentalized. Genitally, he is condemned to a perpetual pattern of linearity, focus, aim, directedness. Man's genital concentration is a reduction, but also an intensification. He is a victim of unruly ups and downs." So men have to phallically point at something to have sex, and Palia thinks this forms the basis of fetishism and objectification. Quote, "A sex object is something to aim at." Masculine sexuality is supposedly targeted at compartmentalized visual fetish objects, mirroring the concentrated projectile exteriority of male sexual anatomy. And feminine sexuality is supposedly more diffuse and holistic, more tolerant of subtlety, of mystery, of the implicit, the invisible. Whereas male pornography wants to adventure into every hidden corner, wants to show it all. I do want to note a similarity here to Jordan Peterson's ideas in Maps of Meaning about how man is order and the known, and women are the unknown chaos dragon. Maybe we bullied Peterson a little too much. His crime was being cringe. Like, he comes very close to outright admitting that he's afraid of women, but maybe we shouldn't bully him for that. I actually think the world would be a better place if more men were capable of admitting to themselves that they are simply afraid of women. Okay, so let's address the question of trans identity and biological determinism. Peterson is simply a conservative anti-feminist who believes in a natural hierarchy of the sexes and who admits little difference between sex and gender. And Palia has regrettably gone down the same path, but classic 90s Palia is more complex. Sexual Personae is a book about androgyny by an author who identifies as non-binary, or to use her specific wording, she identifies as a non-gendered entity and has called herself transgender.
My book, Sexual Personae, which was like a 700-page book, I said that is the biggest sex change in history.
Now, transgender can mean a lot of different things. You can be mentally transgender, identifying with another gender in your inner life, your own self-concept. You can be socially transgender, adopting a transsexual persona, name, pronouns, dress, mode of presentation. And you can be medically transgender, altering your body through surgery or hormones to align with a different sexual phenotype, or all of the above. Palia is apparently mentally transgender without ever having socially or medically transitioned. And she disparages medical transition, suggesting in Sexual Personae that transsexuals are unrecognized shamans who should consult poets instead of surgeons. I don't think this argument is worth responding to. No comment. But Palia has a high opinion of mental transsexualism, and she seems to believe in a kind of universal mental androgyny. Quote, "Every man harbors an inner female territory ruled by his mother, from whom he can never entirely break free." She especially thinks that literary artists tend to imaginatively project themselves as the opposite sex, which she calls sexual metathesis or artistic sex change. So for example, the literary lesbianism of Baudelaire or Coleridge, or Emily Bronte's male self-projections. Quote, "Male romantic genius crosses the line of gender to create, but his opposite, already female, must divide mind from body to embrace the muse." The Personae in the title of this book refer to character types that Palia identifies as recurring throughout the history of Western culture. Persona in Latin means mask. It's the visible, the social self. Most of the personae Palia discusses are androgynous. They contain elements of both sexes. For example, the beautiful boy persona of the Greek youth, Hadrian's Antinous, Donatello's David, Wilde's Dorian Gray. The beautiful boy is a male embodiment of dangerous feminine seductiveness. This idea of a sexual persona is pretty close to how I think of trans identity. For me, a trans woman is an embodied sexual persona, as is, for example, a butch lesbian or a high femme, etc. Persona is the social self, the visible outward manifestation of identity. Gender-critical J.K. Rowling types always insist that trans people are delusional about biology or that we're authoritarian ideologues forcing everyone to believe in a transcendent gendered inner self. No, the transcendent inner self does not have a gender. In fact, there is no transcendent inner self. There is consciousness, which is not a self, and then there's persona, which is the gendered self. Now, this is just my esoteric theory. I think it's probably useless to activism because the concept of persona will always be misunderstood as being superficial like a costume. But every social self-expression is a persona, just to varying degrees of sincerity. The sociologist Irving Goffman says that self-presentation is a context-bound performance. So you have a front stage self and you have a backstage self or selves. This just means that there's the person who you are in a job interview, and then there's the person you are when you're alone with your spouse. And they're probably not the same person. Maybe one of these personae is more sincere than the other, but it's still a persona. There is no inner self beyond persona. We're going back to esoteric theory here. Please don't try to explain this to the general public. Well, I have gotten very elitist. Well, look around us. How am I supposed to be a populist in these conditions? Now, what makes a sexual persona sexual? Isn't the sexual aspect contingent on the body? Well, usually, but not necessarily. If you asked me to define gender on this particular evening, I'd say gender is a conceptual system varying widely by culture, but universally anchored to its origin in sexual reproduction. And I would define gender identity as the position of a persona in the conceptual system of gender. Transsexuals are often accused of changing the body when we should be changing society's gender roles. But the body and the roles are semantically entangled. It's why there's often an unconscious transsexual element in feminist theorizing. I genuinely hate to drag poor Anita Sarkeesian into this yet again, but it's the example that comes to mind. During the Great Gamer Wars, she posted a video about a hypothetical feminist game concept.
This story begins once upon a time with the kidnapping of a princess. Eventually, however, she grows tired of the damseling and decides it's high time she saves herself. Of course, if she's going to be the protagonist of this particular adventure, she's going to need to acquire a slightly more practical outfit.
The more practical outfit in question is a sword, symbolic phallus, and a suit of armor, abstract representation of a muscular male torso. This androgenized heroine then embarks on a classic masculine Oedipal kill the father quest.
And abolish the monarchy forever.
My point is that the protagonist of feminist stories is often a woman who is liberated through, in a way, becoming less female, through becoming symbolically male. That's not a complaint, it's not an objection, it's just a thing. I believe everyone is entitled to a symbolic womb and a symbolic phallus. It is our heritage as members of a dual-sexed species. So what am I saying about trans identity? That I'm metaphorically a woman? That I'm symbolically female? Well, yeah, kind of. There are aspects of femaleness that I do not embody. Never have and never will. Some trans women find this terribly agonizing. I do not. Menstruation and pregnancy have been described to me in great detail, and to be honest, it sounds like kind of a drag. But I am excluded from embodied experiences most women have in common. Yes, that's true. Officially, I am a woman. Yes, for public relations reasons, I am a woman. But esoterically, I think of myself as a non-binary consciousness with a feminine persona in a hermaphrodite body. And I think that's so valid. This is my post-woke gender identity. Look what they've done to me. Okay, you want to know what's really audacious about Camille Paglia? She lays out all these ways that gender is based on reproductive anatomy, and then, right when you think she must be a biological essentialist, she announces that sexual personae are unique to Western culture. How does that make sense? Does it make sense? What does it mean? We need a new section to deal with this. Part 3, Apollonian and Chthonian. Good morning. I feel like Paglia would keep these hours in the 90s. Susan Sontag hours. So look, I am a fan of sweeping claims about the human condition and the meaning of history. Such claims are always overgeneralizations, but part of what I like about them is that by disagreeing with them, by trying to come up with counterexamples, you're forced to clarify your own opinion. But one type of sweeping overgeneralization that usually annoys me is broad claims about Western versus Eastern culture. Are we comparing Denmark to India or Mexico to Japan? I feel like these are not trivial distinctions. Paglia, at least, has a definition of Western culture that I'm willing to accept for the sake of argument. As far as sexual personae is concerned, Western culture is defined by the unbroken legacy of ancient Egyptian and Greek paganism and its ongoing struggle with Abrahamic religion, especially Christianity, which for 2,000 years has failed to suppress it. For Paglia, paganism is associated with an objectifying visual eroticism that she terms the Western eye, a sensibility long predating capitalism and evident in everything from Egyptian monuments to Greek statues, Renaissance paintings, Hollywood movies, and pornography. She associates paganism with an integration of religion and nature, particularly the daimonic elements of nature, sex and violence, that Christianity condemns as demonic. So in ancient Greece, the word daimon referred to a deity below a god but above humans. And in Christianity, a demon is an evil fallen angel. Paglia adapts from Nietzsche the idea that ancient Greek culture at its best balanced two opposing principles, the Apollonian and the Dionysian, named for the gods Apollo and Dionysus. It's funny how everyone associates Nietzsche with edgy 15-year-olds when the actual Nietzsche was like an adult philologist who wrote multiple books about musical theater. The Apollonian is the principle of order, individuality, and reason. The Dionysian is the principle of chaos, collectivity, and passion. Paglia has decided to replace the term Dionysian with her own jargon, Chthonian. That's Chthonian. I pronounce it Chthonian. It comes from the Greek word meaning earth or soil. Chthonian. Why has Paglia done this? Well, because she correctly thinks that explaining the concept of Dionysian to modern audiences is near impossible, because in pop culture, Dionysus is so strongly associated with drunken hedonism and hippie flower children, and that is completely the wrong image. Like, the mythic cult of Dionysus practiced a ritual called sporagmos, in which a sacrificial animal or human was ripped apart and devoured raw. So the Dionysian, the Chthonian, can be ecstatic, but also horrifying. The Chthonian is dark Mother Nature, the cycle of life and death that spits us out and sucks us back. It is, quote, the blind grinding of subterranean force, the long slow suck, the murk and ooze. It is the dehumanizing brutality of biology and geology, the Darwinian waste and bloodshed. Thonian is of the earth, but not of solid ground. Think of swamps, think of slime, think of moist, fertile soil, womb-like caverns. Honestly, just think of the ocean. If I had written this book, I would have used the word oceanic or thalassic, because to me, the sea is the ideal metaphor for Earth Mother. But I did not write this book, so we're stuck with Thonian. Pallia illustrates the Thonian-Apollonian opposition with two works of ancient art. The Thonian Venus of Willendorf, sculpted 30,000 years ago and discovered in what is now Austria, and the Apollonian bust of Nefertiti, Queen of Ancient Egypt. The Venus of Willendorf represents Thonian female nature, fertility, and pregnancy. The Thonian is visually expressed in curves, fluidity, motion, disorder. Quote, there are no lines in the Venus of Willendorf, only curves and circles. She is the formlessness of nature. She is female, but not feminine. She has no arms, no face, no persona. Pallia calls her almost vegetable, tuberish. Quote, is the Venus of Willendorf just to female experience? Yes. Woman is trapped in her wavy, watery body. A lot of Pallia's comments on the female body feel indicative of some internal conflict that I don't presume to diagnose. I mean, it's fine. We all have our issues. I'm not criticizing. I'm observing. Okay, let's talk about Nefertiti. So Pallia loves ancient Egypt. She basically says that Western civilization began in Egypt, not in Greece. And I like her arguments for this. Egypt is willfully neglected by a certain kind of academic chauvinist. I had an ancient philosophy professor once who insisted to the class that ancient Egypt had no ideas because no philosophy existed until it was invented by the Greeks. But Pallia is Egypt's champion. She argues that word-worshipping intellectuals dismiss Egypt because they don't understand that images are ideas, are a kind of sign language. Pallia says the Western eye was born in Egypt, the Apollonian sensibility of straight lines, order, stasis, elegance, and monumentality. What's striking to me about the bust of Nefertiti is just how intelligible it is. Despite its being thousands of years old, I feel like I know what I'm looking at here. It's glamour. This is a face that would be at home on any high fashion runway today. We know this beauty standard. We can't understand the Venus of Willendorf in the same way. We're culturally too different from whoever made this. I've heard people argue about whether it's a religious totem or a female self-portrait or male pornography. We just can't make sense of it. Quote, Nefertiti is the opposite of the Venus of Willendorf. She is the triumph of Apollonian image over the humpiness and horror of Mother Earth. Venus of Willendorf is all body. Nefertiti is all head. So the Apollonian sensibility is based in a disgust for nature, an attempt to transcend or correct nature by straightening the curves, freezing the liquids, pausing the cycles. It's a negation of the female. Pallia thinks that femininity, as opposed to femaleness, was invented by Egyptian aristocrats in their androgynous sexual personae. Quote, Apollonian Egypt made the first shift of value from femaleness to femininity. The Egyptians invented elegance. Elegance is reduction, simplification, condensation. Elegance is cultivated abstraction. Egypt is the first to glamorize small breasts, the breast as vernal adornment rather than rubbery milk sack. Pallia associates fatness with femaleness and nature because fat is the most fluid and formless feature of the human body. I do kind of feel like I'm listening to anorexia with an art history degree. Are anorexics waging an Apollonian war against Thonian female nature? Yeah, probably, kind of. The implied cruelty of all this is not lost on Pallia, by the way. She is very aware. Quote, hierarchy and eroticism fused in Egypt. Egypt invented glamour, beauty as power, and power as beauty. She includes a 3-page tangent on how cats manifest the Egyptian values of elegance and hierarchy. Quote, compared to dogs slavishly eager to please, cats are autocrats of naked self-interest. So the Western eye originates in the hierarchic mystique of the pharaoh's totalitarian power. Pagan art and religion created sexual personae as erotically charged objectifications of individual personality that contain nature without entirely rejecting it. Chthonian sex and sadomasochism are very much still in play, but they're ritually limited by Apollonian elegance and beauty. Palia obviously admires the daimonic pagan side of Western culture. Why? Because she's an Italian supremacist who sees Catholicism as the inheritor of pagan tradition, a compliment I think most Catholics would reject. Quote, "The ancient Chthonian mysteries have never disappeared from the Italian church. Waxed saints' corpses under glass, tattered arm bones and gold reliquaries, half-nude Saint Sebastian pierced by arrows, Saint Lucy holding her eyeballs out on a platter, blood, torture, ecstasy, and tears." Italy added pagan sex and violence to the ascetic Palestinian creed. The ascetic Palestinian creed in question being Judaism, and its derivatives Christianity and Islam. In the Hebrew Bible, the Ten Commandments prohibit the making or worshipping of graven images, a condemnation of Egyptian polytheism and its colossal stone monuments. Quote, "The most ancient conflict in Western culture between Jew and Egyptian continues today. Hebrew word worship versus pagan imagism. The great unseen versus the glorified thing. Academics and scholars are today's word worshippers. To be a Western intellectual is to become rabbinical, to become more Jewish in your thinking. But in pop culture, for the last 100 years, Egyptian imagism has completely triumphed. In movies and advertising, in the mother cults of stan culture, the hierarchic image of glamorous personality is much more powerful than verbal discourse. In Maryland, there's a movie theater called the Cinemark Egyptian, modeled after pharaonic temples, where the smell of popcorn is weirdly juxtaposed with giant statues of Anubis. But it's kind of fitting. Every time you go to the movies, you are participating in the cultural victory of ancient Egyptian values. Christianity has a conflicted history with graven images. Palia praises Italian Catholicism for incorporating pagan sex and violence in its gruesome crucifixes and tortured martyrs, and its continuation of the mother cult through veneration of the Virgin Mary. Catholic theology rationalizes this by distinguishing the Latin terms latria and dulia, worship versus veneration. Saints are venerated, but only God is worshipped, so it's not idolatry. Shut the fuck up, Protestants. But Protestants are often horrified by the latent paganism of Catholicism that Palia finds so admirable. In the 16th century Great Iconoclasm, mobs of Calvinist fanatics vandalized Catholic churches across Northern Europe. According to the Met, in a single year, 1566, Protestant iconoclasts destroyed an estimated 90% of art in the Netherlands. Today in the United States, Protestant churches are stereotypically very ugly. This is what happens when you extricate the pagan influence from Western culture. You lose Apollonian beauty. I wonder, though, if this is really a uniquely Western conflict. Don't Eastern religious traditions have similar tensions? In the Upanishads, there is a philosophical turn away from ritual and devotion, which are seen as lesser forms of worship compared to the contemplation of transcendent Atman Brahman. This seems in tension with the anthropomorphic deities of devotional Hinduism. But it's a common kind of tension across cultures, because contemplating transcendent abstractions is usually the prerogative of an educated elite. Devotion to icons is always the more accessible and populist form of worship. Like Moses left his people alone for 10 fucking minutes and they were already worshipping golden calves. Platonism, which, like the Upanishads, prefers the conceptual to the visible, would not have been attractive to the average Greek. I mean, Plato is so countercultural, he's like an Islamic theologian trapped in the body of a Greek pagan. I realize that that's reading history backwards. Plato looks down on physical beauty because it's fleeting. He wants to escape impermanence, and he thinks that he can grasp eternity through abstraction. This is the rationalist version of the Apollonian escape from nature. Plato is trying to do with ideas what the pharaohs tried to do with stone, and both of them failed. Percy Shelley was right to use an Egyptian monument, Ozymandias, to illustrate the futility of striving to outlast nature's cycles. Buddhism is the least delusional in this respect, and Buddhism is Palya's model for Eastern compliance with nature. But Buddhism does not lack visual personae. If any world religion does, it's Islam, which takes the prohibition on idolatry very seriously, and so Islamic art tends toward the geometric and abstract. To me, it often feels almost futuristic. The Kaaba is a precise black cube, a platonic solid. It reminds me of the Kubrick monolith, a symbol of something beyond both nature and humanity. It is true that in the early history of Buddhist art, the Buddha was not depicted in human form, and was often represented by negation, as a footprint or an empty throne. Humanistic depictions of the Buddha became common in the 1st century, partly due to the influence of Greek sculpture, an example of the East-West distinction not being so clear-cut. I find Buddhist art very compelling. Granted, it lacks the sadomasochistic eroticism of Italian pagans and Catholics, so I guess Camille Paglia is not interested. I find the visual power is in the Buddha's smile, so subtle and serene. It's very inviting. I'll have what he's having. Okay, so I'm trying to understand why Paglia thinks the Apollonian-Chthonian conflict is radically unique to Western culture. I think the argument is that the distinguishing feature of Western culture is a struggle against nature, and so the Apollonian is a strategy in that specifically Western conflict. Quote, Apollonianism, cold and absolute, is the West's sublime refusal. The Apollonian is a male line drawn against the dehumanizing magnitude of female nature. Far Eastern culture has never striven against nature in this way. Compliance, not confrontation, is its rule. So that's definitely somewhat true. Taoism, for example, is a liquid philosophy of compliance with the oceanic. But in Chinese culture, isn't Taoism counterbalanced by Confucianism, a masculine philosophy of hierarchy and social order, right? A cultivated sky castle? Seems pretty Apollonian to me. I guess the counter-argument would be that Confucianism does not struggle against nature like the West. It's still trying to harmonize with nature, and that's true, but there's different kinds of nature. Confucius wants to harmonize society with orderly masculine sky nature, not chaotic feminine earth and ocean nature. I guess in general, I just feel like the version of nature that Asia is supposedly in harmony with remains a little bit curated. Traditional Japanese aesthetics is reverent towards nature and accepting of impermanence, but I wouldn't say that it embraces sadosexual ferocity and chaos. Counter-argument, the most famous piece of Japanese art is the Wave off Kanagawa. That's pretty fucking Chthonian. I'm sure we've all spent some time looking at Chthonian Japanese woodblock prints, if you know what I'm saying. But traditional Japanese architecture, rock gardens, interior design, I feel like all of these exhibit the kind of linear, reductive elegance that Paglia calls Apollonian in Egypt. I don't know, I've been thinking about this too long. My brain hurts. Next! Part 4. Rousseau versus Sade. So, at the risk of posing an insufferably Socratic question, what is the nature of nature? These are the hard-hitting questions you pay me to investigate. We know that nature is metaphorically mother, but what kind of mother is she? This was not a relevant question in medieval Europe, because the Church had abolished mother. In Christianity, nature is creation, and creation is not mother. But then, the Enlightenment science cucks reinvented nature as a mechanical or legal metaphor, and it was the backlash to the Enlightenment, Romanticism, that revived the Western nature cult of Earth Mother, but only in a superficial idealistic way, which persists to this day in, for example, James Cameron's goddamn Avatar movies. Paglia describes two conflicting interpretations of nature, which I will call, in my own terminology, Light Mother versus Dark Mother. Light Mother is the benevolent, nourishing creator mother, nature as paradise, as Eden. What do the Na'vi call her? I believe it's Awa. Awa is Light Mother. Awa has heard you! Dark Mother, on the other hand, is the devouring Chthonian destroyer mother, the carnivore, the flood, the Maenads ripping Pentheus apart. Paglia attributes the Light Mother theory to Rousseau, the proto-romantic philosopher who saw civilization as a corrupt defiler of nature's purity and innocence, what we would now call a noble savage theory. Rousseau's artistic successor is William Wordsworth, a tourist in nature whose poetry makes nature beautiful by repressing mother's dark side, the teeming murder and chaos. Palia is a believer in the dark mother theory, which she credits to the Marquis de Sade, notable pornographer and sex criminal. Quote, Rousseau revives the great mother, but Sade restores her true ferocity. Now, since most of you TikTok-addled illiterates have probably never read Rousseau nor Sade, I'm going to lay this out for you nice and simple, using pictures you can follow along with. There's a documentary called Grizzly Man that is maybe the best documentary. It's about American environmentalist Timothy Treadwell, who spent 13 summers in Alaska living with the grizzly bears, whom he saw as noble creatures needing his protection from some vague conspiracy of evil humans.
Animals rule. Timothy conquered. Fuck you, Park Service.
Grizzly Man is directed by Werner Herzog, a filmmaker known for his thoughts about the murderous obscenity of nature and for being German.
And nature here is vile and base. I wouldn't see anything erotical here. I would see fornication and asphyxiation and choking and fighting for survival and growing and just rotting away.
So Treadwell is Rousseau and Herzog is Sade, and in the end, Treadwell gets eaten alive by grizzly bears, which makes Rousseau look like a fucking idiot. I agree with Palia and Herzog in following the dark mother view of nature. But I want to nitpick Palia's claim that Sade is a great proponent of this view, which she's clearly making partly as a troll argument, but which she still defends at length. My reading of Sade is that he's first and foremost a blasphemer. I know an edgy atheist when I see one. I lived that struggle. In Sade's books, there's just so much shitting on crucifixes and vomiting the Eucharist. The theme is transgression of taboo, a type of violence that only has meaning in society. Without society, there's no taboo. And without taboo, there's no thrill of transgression. Nature does not care about taboos. So I think Christianity is the target of Sade's grudge, not Rousseau. There's nothing natural about Sade's human centipedes of fornicating nuns. And as Palia herself points out, Sade's other major grudge is against motherhood and procreation, which manifests as eroticized abortion and Jack the Ripper-style reproductive mutilations. Quote, Sade's sadomasochistic inventions are modes of distancing by which male imagination tries to free itself from female origins. Sade's obsessive sodomy is a ritual of riddance to evade maternal power. This interpretation fits much better into Palia's larger thesis about male escape from female nature. Quote, serial or sex murder, like fetishism, is a perversion of male intelligence. It is criminal abstraction. There is no female Mozart because there is no female Jack the Ripper. Wow. Feminists triggered. Palia's desire to be edgy is muddying her thesis. She's claiming sexual violence represents both nature and a male attack on nature. And that's not necessarily a contradiction. Aggression can have multiple sources. But Sade is not a disciple of Dark Mother, because Chthonian female nature is both creation and destruction. And Sade detests creation. The proper attitude to Mother is both reverence and fear. And Rousseau may in fact be closer to understanding that than Sade, because at least Rousseau is a sissy crossdresser who understands the femdom component of nature religion. Rousseau's problem is that he's not afraid enough. You know, when I speak of the eroticism of the sea, I'm really talking about the shoreline. It's the surging rhythm at the edge of death that to me is so erotic. The open ocean I find too terrifying to be erotic. The correct response to that is fear. When I see videos of people scuba diving miles off the coast, I think, what the fuck are you doing? Get out of there. Like, you're not supposed to be there. Like those billionaires going to the Titanic in that stupid submarine. Ridiculous. Rousseau's idealized view of nature started the delusional utopian tendency in progressive thinking, which leads to revolutionaries being eaten by revolutions and environmentalists being eaten by grizzly bears. Rousseau-adjacent environmentalists to this day still talk about nature like she's a tender virgin, defiled, raped by wicked, corrupt humanity. It's ridiculous. Nature is not a tender virgin. She's a devouring mother who will consume us all. The point of fighting climate change is not to save nature from humanity. It's to save humanity from nature. What I'm saying is, it's really Werner Herzog who understands nature better than Rousseau or Sade.
Of course, there's a lot of misery, but it is the same misery that is all around us. The trees here are in misery and the birds are in misery. I don't think they sing, they just screech in pain.
Part 5. Decadence. A final major Palia theme is decadence, which she thought was important enough to put in the title of the book. Decadence is a very charged term. It means very different things to different people, so we'd better be specific. Literally, decadence means decline, in Latin decadentia, downfall. It's used by people with a bearish view about the trend of history, a sense of decay, moral collapse, the autumn season of the cycle, the West has fallen, etc. The prototype is usually the fall of Rome, which pagans blamed on Christianity and Christians blamed on paganism. The medieval Christian trope, still popular today with trads, is that collapse was triggered by the luxury and hedonism of the late emperors. And Marxists echo the Christians, as they often do, complaining about the bourgeois decadence of late-stage capitalism. And late-stage capitalism, meanwhile, has turned decadent into a marketing cliche and ad copy for chocolate truffles and hotels with spa vouchers. For Nietzsche, decadence has almost the opposite connotation. Decadence in Nietzsche refers to 19th century Christianity, which he sees as weak, resentful, slavish, life-negating, in contrast to the vigorous, life-affirming ancient pagans. In Sexual Personae, Palia adopts the decadent artistic movement's reclaiming of the term, which she widens to cover most of late Romanticism. According to Palia, decadent themes include, quote, cruelty, sexual ambiguity, narcissism, fascination, obsession, vampirism, seduction, violation. The classics. Palia defines decadence as, quote, sophistication without humaneness or humanism. She argues that decadence is the unintended but inevitable result of Romanticism, the ideology of Wordsworth and Rousseau. Decadence results from Romanticism's celebration of 1. Idealized nature, 2. Rebellion against society, 3. Freedom from hierarchy, and 4. Individual genius. These values all rely on certain utopian illusions, because in fact, nature is violent and destructive. Society is our defense against chaos. Liberated people crave new hierarchies, and individualism tends toward narcissism. It's obvious from the way Palia writes about this that she also has in mind the failure of the 60s counterculture, which she considers Rousseauist. So decadence is basically the hangover of failed utopian liberalism. It's the discovery that freedom produces a craving for bondage, that sex and nature have inherent links to violence, that social justice can't abolish sadomasochism and may in fact intensify it. And for Palia, art is like a dream where all these repressed, unpleasant truths reveal themselves. Decadence values art for art's sake and rejects the Victorian idea that art exists to morally ennoble us. Oscar Wilde's preface to The Picture of Dorian Gray is a decadent manifesto. Quote, there is no such thing as a moral or an immoral book. Books are well written or badly written. That is all. Palia wants to take the decadent thesis even further than Wilde, claiming not only that art is beyond morality, but that art inherently involves voyeuristic and sadistic pleasure. Quote, literature's endless murders and disasters are there for contemplative pleasure, not moral lesson. She's paraphrasing Nietzsche's bit that almost everything we call higher culture is based on the spiritualization of cruelty. Oh my god, so much edge. I don't know if I've ever made a video with so much edge. Decadence is kind of a return to the hierarchic aestheticism of ancient Egypt, symbolized by cats, admired by decadents and Egyptians for their cruelty and elitism. Palia complains that liberal scholarship, especially feminism, is fundamentally in denial about artistic daimonism. Quote, critics drift toward apologia, tediously extolling Wilde's humanity or morality, things utterly non-existent in his best work. As an advocate of aestheticism and decadence, I feel no need to disguise Wilde's cruelty and immoralism. Sexual Personae concludes with a final troll argument equating Emily Dickinson to the Marquis de Sade, which may not be entirely fair, but it is very funny. I think the target here is once again feminist criticism that interprets the aggressiveness in Dickinson as the frustration of a female genius stifled by patriarchy. And Palia wants to say no, this is not a feminist expression of victimhood, it's Emily's thriving Sadian imagination. Quote, her sadism is not anger, the a posteriori response to social injustice. It is hostility, an a priori Achillean intolerance for the existence of others. Let women have a priori Achillean intolerance for the existence of others. I guess that is the thesis of decadent feminism. Okay, so I confess that I basically sympathize with Palia's view of decadence. Over and over in my videos, I find myself returning to this idea that sadism is not some exotic aberration, but just an ordinary shade of human emotional experience. I identify with Palia because, like her, I find myself in constant conflict with self-righteous dogmatists. I find it hard to get along with people who are totally committed to their hero's quest, because I don't identify as a good person, so I'm drawn to people who seem willing to sneak out of the crusader camp and just try to look at life for what it is. But I also feel uneasy about my attraction to Palia because, despite it all, part of me really is a sincere liberal. And let's face it, the Sontag of the 90s is basically a reactionary.
Beauty is this myth invented in the last 20 years, okay, for white heterosexist men in a room, to keep the feminist movement back. Backlash.
I want to be both liberal and decadent, because liberalism cannot be a total philosophy of everything. There's concessions art should never make to politics. I need to live a part of life outside the moral point of view. Morality is not enough to make life livable, because there's more pain to go around than pleasure, and the world is fucked in certain ways that cannot be unfucked. I choose to give myself permission to confront that with a sense of irony. In Palia's words, we must accept our pain, change what we can, and laugh at the rest.
And I was heavily influenced by acid rock, that sort of like that searing, cutting sound of the lead guitar. So people, again, who like rock love me. People who like soft women's music hate me. They think, oh, she's so obnoxious. But what I have is simply the obnoxiousness and brazenness of rock.
Tangent, going on a super spiritual journey for fun and profit. I'm a little worried that people are voting for this topic because they want me to be their guru or their cult leader. Tell us what to believe, mother. I feel like you guys have given me permission to start jabbering like Xavier Renegade Angel.
I'm just a simple seeker on a spirit quest to discover what doth life.
What doth life? That is the question. Fortunately, there's not much risk of me becoming a guru because I dwell in spiritual darkness and I am a slave to the flesh. Though that doesn't really seem to be much of a problem for other cult leaders, so maybe it's time that women stop second-guessing ourselves. Let's break the glass ceiling that for too long has kept us from making sweeping overgeneralizations about human nature and our place in the cosmos. And anyway, you're the one seeking spiritual guidance from a YouTuber, so we'll see how that works out for you. Part 1. On being a Scully. In the popular 90s science fiction TV series, The X-Files, there are two main characters, Agent Mulder and Agent Scully, who I feel represent two approaches to human knowledge. Agent Mulder is a credulous, paranoid kook who believes that there is a CIA conspiracy to hide evidence of UFOs and the paranormal. So it's a good thing he's cute, because otherwise it would be really annoying.
I'm an annoyance to my superiors, a joke to my peers. They call me spooky.
Detective Scully is a perfect goddess played by Gillian Anderson, who is a reasonable skeptic.
What I find fantastic is any notion that there are answers beyond the realm of science.
Except in the universe of the show, her skepticism is actually not reasonable, because in the X-Files, it's canonically the case that the paranormal does exist, that UFOs are aliens, that there is in fact a CIA cover-up. In fact, in basically every episode of the X-Files, Agent Mulder is proven right.
I'm afraid to believe.
So in the show, I guess Mulder is the reasonable one, but in real life, I believe that it's usually better to be a Scully. I've always been a bit of a Scully. I've never been a deeply religious person. I've always felt like a bit of a foreigner, a bit of an outsider to any religious tradition. And I've seen so many claims about psychics and the paranormal and UFOs proven to be complete hoaxes or otherwise debunkable that I just kind of have a general distrust for that sort of thing. You know, crop circles start appearing in the English countryside, and wide-eyed true believers start to proclaim that there's no way anything human or even anything earthly could possibly have created these crop circles, only for two village drunks to come out of the woodwork and explain to everyone exactly how they, in fact, did this.
As the footmarks were placed into the corn in the straight line, we would come behind it and tread it down 4 feet wide. So all our corridors were created in that way.
So spirituality is not something that comes naturally to me. It's something that I would even say a temperamental aversion to it. But as I discussed in my tangent on New Atheism, I've also over time become disillusioned with organized skepticism. My experience is that people who identify as rationalists and who conceptualize themselves as rational skeptics tend in fact to be fairly irrational themselves, and the conviction that you are a very rational person usually is self-deception. So I don't want to be that anymore. I don't want to be one of those Reddit freaks. In my tangent on psychedelic experiences last year, I talked about the way that doing LSD and psilocybin had kind of opened me up to mystical experience and to certain spiritual or religious ideas that previously I had not really understood. And then a couple months ago, we did the tangent on granola fascism, where I got disillusioned with spirituality all over again as I began to notice that a lot of New Age spiritual leaders are fascists and frauds. So in this tangent, I'm going to discuss where I'm currently at on my whole spiritual mission quest thing. Did I just quote Lord of the Rings? We're not beating the Reddit allegations. So before I open up about my actual spiritual convictions, I feel like I need to get the rest of the skepticism out of my system. So let's start by talking about the parts of spirituality that I do not believe in. And I'm not trying to offend anyone here. I'm not trying to be condescending. You know, I'm an American. I believe in freedom of religion. We're allowed to disagree. Do I really need to explain this? I guess in the past, people have fought wars over these kinds of disagreements. So maybe I'm about to find out why talking about this in public is a bad idea, but the patrons voted on this topic. I'm simply a victim of democracy. Okay, the two big spiritual things that I do not believe in are miracles and magic. And I know I said I wasn't condescending, but I do feel like maybe this is snobbery on my part. I feel like miracles and magic are sort of the lowbrow part of spirituality. Miracles are tacky, is what I'm trying to say. Like, wow, you turned water into wine? I saw the amazing zucchini do that at a 6-year-old's birthday party. I know that doubting magic is going to be controversial in leftist spaces because magic is very important to various marginalized and disempowered groups who seek solace in the supernatural for a sense of empowerment. And again, that's completely fine. I'm not telling anyone else what to do. I'm not telling anyone else what to believe. But personally, I think that the most empowering thing is power. And magic is not real power. Magic is the illusion of power. Like, by all means, do your witchcraft, hex the patriarchy, but also I feel like I'm within my right to ask the follow-up question, if hexing the patriarchy works, why is there still the patriarchy? And all of this, by the way, also applies to prayer. Prayer might be fulfilling and useful as a contemplative practice, but insofar as it is a literal petition for divine intervention, I don't believe in that. And I'm always amazed at the weakness of the evidence people bring up. So for example, while I was working on this tangent, a sniper attempted to assassinate former US President Donald Trump at 6:11 p.m. on July 13th. I was sitting at the piano and I was playing Bach. Specifically, I was playing the Fugue in F sharp major from the Well-Tempered Clavier, Book 1. It's a really joyful little fugue. I would even go so far as to describe it as sprightly. I was also on acid at the time because I was doing research for this tangent, and I got a text from my friend, so I stopped playing the piano, I pick up my phone, and the text says, Trump was shot. This just happened last week, so we don't know all the details, and the conspiracy theories are still revving up. But it seems that what happened was the shooter shot perfectly at the center of Trump's head, but at the last second, Trump turned his head to look at a graph of illegal immigration to the United States, of course, and the bullet just went past his right ear, giving him a very minor flesh wound. On the political right in the United States, the current going explanation of how this happened, which was reiterated multiple times at the Republican convention this week, is that God intervened to save the life of Donald Trump. Either an angel, an archangel, or Jesus himself was sent down from heaven to turn Trump's head slightly so that the bullet would miss him. I imagine most of my audience, not being big fans of Trump, will find this an implausible theological claim, as do I. But even dedicated Trumpists should find the divine intervention explanation troubling, because someone at that rally was killed by the sniper, a retired firefighter and father of 2 daughters. If God intervenes in earthly affairs to change the direction of bullets and save people's lives, why did he not save the life of the firefighter? People who believe in prayer or divine intervention always seem to believe that God's interventions are morally comprehensible to them personally. You know, a plane crashes and there's one survivor and the survivor says, "Wow, God really loves me." Think through the implications of what you're saying. Does God just hate everyone else? I guess there are some hyper-Calvinist freaks who actually do think that, you know, their child dies of pneumonia and they go, "Hallelujah, it's the will of God." But hyper-Calvinists are not normal, and I won't respond to them. And by the way, all of this also applies to the idea of manifesting, which is just gay prayer. It's just prayer for gay people. Manifesting is the idea that you can ask the universe for things and the universe will give in return. But all the problems with prayer also apply to manifesting. For example, there is the classic atheist argument, why doesn't God heal amputees? Diseases are sometimes cured. We say that it's miraculous because we can't explain it. But no matter how hard you pray, no matter how much you ask the universe, no one has ever regrown an arm or a leg. I'm actually mildly offended by the idea that if things aren't going well in your life, it's because you just don't want them bad enough. You're just not asking the universe hard enough. Have you guys noticed that a lot of people on this planet are poor? Why, like, don't you think a lot of those poor people are praying to be less poor? Why are there still so many poor people? Do they just not want wealth bad enough? I feel like there's been people in horrific situations, like there's that awful story about that guy who got trapped in Nutty Putty Cave upside down for like 24 hours before he died. Don't you think that guy wanted to get out of there more than you or I have ever wanted anything in our entire lives? Don't you think he prayed to every god he could think of? Don't you think he asked the universe with every inch of his being? Why did he die? I'm sorry, I've gone into asshole atheist debunking mode. I literally told myself I wasn't going to do this in this tangent, and yet here we are. Moving on. This is not a debunking video. Believe whatever you want. I don't care. You know, I think you can be a skeptic without being annoying about it. I realize that I'm not making a very convincing case for that in this tangent because I'm being super annoying. But I do think that, okay, here's another example of a thing I don't believe in. I'm about to say something homophobic, so prepare yourselves. Are you ready? I don't believe in astrology. I know, I'm sorry. That is, I don't believe in astrology in the sense that I don't think that the star sign that you were born under actually has a statistically significant effect on how your personality turns out. You know, Adolf Hitler and Gigi Gorgeous were both born on 420 Blaze It. What personality traits do they have in common? So I don't believe in astrology literally, but I'm also perfectly happy to participate in astrology casually as a part of gay culture, because astrology is an important part of gay and especially an important part of sapphic culture. But I see astrology as like small talk. It's a conversation starter. It's like Myers-Briggs personality tests, or, you know, we used to do Hogwarts houses before the troubles. So if I'm at a party and someone asks me what's my sign, I'm happy to have a conversation about astrology. You don't have to be an annoying Redditor about everything. Like, it doesn't have to be that serious. But I guess I'm just saying that because I'm a people pleaser. You know, I like to make everyone happy. I guess it's because I'm a Libra. Where it really becomes a problem, though, is when things cross the line from harmless fun or simply people finding ways to make their lives more meaningful. When it crosses from that into charlatanry and scamming people, and especially exploiting people who are sick or vulnerable, that's where I feel like something needs to be said, where the debunking is warranted. And for that reason, I really don't like the New Age conflation of spirituality and what is called wellness. New Age wellness culture is egotistical materialism plus magical thinking. It's like the worst of secularism combined with the worst of religion. And it's exemplified by someone like Deepak Chopra, who claims that because of something quantum physics, our thoughts create reality. So if you're sick, that's a skill issue. If you're aging, that's an attitude problem. He literally says that. He says that aging can be slowed or stopped or reversed just by thinking the right thoughts.
My biological age right now, I would say, is less than 40.
Now, if that were true, you'd think there'd be a lot more 500-year-old people walking around. I guess people just don't want to live hard enough. I feel like nothing exemplifies this kind of quantum mysticism wellness nonsense better than the 2004 film What the Bleep Do We Know? What the Bleep Do We Know stars that lady from the L Word, and it combines interviews with a variety of spiritual figures and quantum charlatans with this fictional plot about using quantum spirituality to get over a divorce and also feel better about your body. I guess the feeling better about your body part is good. Like, that is something that you can control. You can control your thoughts about your body. But I really can't put into words how stupid this movie gets at times.
Hello there, big boy.
For example, the movie endorses Masaru Emoto's claim that positive or negative thinking can change the molecular structure of water.
The science of how that actually affects the molecules is unknown, except to the water molecules, of course.
An idea so easy to scientifically disprove that it really kind of makes you lose faith in humanity that his book was a bestseller. I feel like it all goes back to Mulder's attitude, I want to believe. Wanting to believe is often the precursor to believing. When you want to believe something, it's very easy to believe it no matter how much evidence is stacked against you. What the Bleep Do We Know was produced by and also features as an interview subject J.Z. Knight, a spiritual leader who claims to channel Ramtha, an ancient Lemurian warrior who once did battle with the Atlanteans 35,000 years ago. Atlantis mentioned. Lemuria is this debunked idea that there used to be a continent somewhere in the middle of the Indian Ocean. The idea that this person's backstory involves not only channeling people from the Paleolithic era, but also multiple pseudo-historical subaquatic continents. This all just represents to me everything that I dislike about a lot of people in the spirituality space. Like, many of these people are liars or delusional or narcissists.
Did you know that you can tap your DNA to not only make you immortal, but reverse your aging?
And it upsets me that they're taking the most serious questions people have about life and turning them into nonsense for their own gain at the expense of their followers. I want to be clear that I don't have any contempt for the followers. I think the followers are usually people who are smart but vulnerable. And I do have contempt for the charlatans who exploit them. All this is to say, I forgive the part of myself that is a Scully. I love the part of myself that is a Dana Scully, because I feel like we all need a Scully inside of us, or else we become victimized by these predators.
Is it possible to have mind over matter? Baby, the brain is king.
And I don't think it's disrespectful to ask these questions. There's a wonderful episode of The Simpsons called Lisa the Skeptic, where Lisa, who is the Agent Scully of The Simpsons universe, is the only person in Springfield who is skeptical that the skeleton of an angel uncovered at an archaeological dig is a genuine specimen of the divine.
It could be anything. It could be a mutant from the nuclear plant.
Oh, fiddle faddle. Everyone knows our mutants have flippers.
At the end of the episode, when the skeleton is revealed to be a hoax placed as a marketing ploy by a new mall, Lisa is the only one who feels indignant on behalf of the true believers who were exploited by this.
You exploited people's deepest beliefs just to hawk your cheesy wares?
So I feel that skepticism is very much compatible with respect for spiritual beliefs, and that skepticism for me is a refusal to allow a tacky medieval dirt farmer version of religion to run rampant. That to me is not respectful. Part of respect is believing in the human capacity to be smarter than this. So if we're committed to not being dazzled by charlatans and magic tricks, then what is left of spirituality? Well, spirituality to me is about cultivating distance from the ego, creating a sense of purpose in life, and making peace with death. I often see people define spirituality as religion without institution. Is this something that we need? Well, I think so. I have seen people in atheist spaces in particular who claim that they have no need for religion or spirituality because they have science. I don't think that really works. I think that science is a good replacement for example, a literal belief in the creation story of Genesis. But literal belief in the creation story of Genesis should never have been a thing in the first place. Because to me, religious texts like Genesis are obviously meant to be read in a literary light. The scientific worldview is incredibly important for human knowledge and progress, but it's not complete. It's not the only kind of knowledge that we can have. And the basic deficiency with the scientific worldview is that it lacks meaning. Specifically, the scientific worldview is not animistic. That is, it can't really account for consciousness. It's not ethical. It can't really tell us what's right or wrong. It's not teleological. It doesn't tell us what our purpose is or what our goals should be. And it's not symbolic. It doesn't tell us the meaning of important events. And humans need meaning. We need for life to mean something. We need for death to mean something. Saying humans are biochemical machines, that's all there is to it. I'm sorry, that is not sufficient. That is not a replacement for religion. And I've always known that was true, even when I was in my most annoying 20-year-old edgy atheist stage. The first spiritual experiences I ever had all had to do with art. Growing up, art was serious to me in a way that religion never was. So the music of Bach, for example. Bach's music is something that I engage with every day, and it has a spiritual significance to me because I emotionally am very moved by it, but also because I feel that in Bach's music there is a level of perfection on display that is not found in very many other parts of existence, and certainly not in religion. I've always found it impossible to believe that the Bible, for example, is the divinely inspired words. There's just nothing in the Bible to me that is suggestive of a superhuman intellect. I believe that various authors of biblical texts had religious experiences, and that those experiences probably inspired things like the visions of Ezekiel. But the Bible to me does not exhibit the fingerprints of an eternal God. It's dated. It has Iron Age all over it. It's a lot of shepherds and sheep and swords and just things that I find difficult to relate to and that seem very culturally specific. Which is not to say that Bach isn't culturally specific. Obviously, there would be no Bach without the concept of the German Baroque period. But I just find it more plausible that God was speaking through Bach than the idea that God was speaking through, I don't know, Paul of Tarsus, a sexually repressed weirdo that I don't believe had any divine inspiration, frankly. Can we talk about Bach's cantata BWV 80? It's based on Martin Luther's hymn, Ein fester Burg ist unser Gott. A mighty fortress is our God. A typical, frankly, plodding hymn, as most hymns are. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Like, it's musically adequate, but it's not stunning. But what Bach does with it is stunning. Movement 1 is a fugue based on the hymn. We're already seeing a lot of improvement here. It's a sparkling tapestry of sounds that I would stand up out of the pew for, you know? But it's in the second movement, the bass soprano duet, where he really starts to cook. First of all, we start off with a basso continuo pulse that can only be described as a beat drop. This is making me feel things. And then the bass comes in with this crazy elaborate counterpoint. And then the soprano singing the melody from the original hymn. I'm getting goosebumps listening to this, and if you told me that God had a hand in creating it, I would find that more plausible than any claims about divine bullet redirections or St. Paul making his sexual hang-ups everyone else's problem. The Protestant Reformation was worth it just for this. Protestants do kind of aesthetically struggle in general, as it compared with their Catholic counterparts. Protestants have Bach and Milton. That justifies the entire Reformation. That aesthetic achievement alone, but the rest of it is pretty sad. And Protestant churches today, really, I mean, what is the point of going to them? I'm once again spiraling about whether Western civilization has been in decline since the German Baroque. But even if Bach was the high watermark, there's no need to ret Verne. There's no need to ret Verne to Bach because Bach already happened, right? Mission accomplished. We can do new things now. We might even be able to put our minds together and come up with something better than Christianity. So for years, I was content to have a spirituality that was basically confined to aesthetic experience. But that changed for me a few years when I discovered that I am vulnerable, just like everyone else, to the things that lead people to seek out religion in the first place. A need for meaning, yes, but also a means of coping with mortality, with loss, with grief, with sickness, disaster, misfortune. It was 2020 that did me in. Like so many other people, I'm sure, it was 2020 that was the year that turned me into a spiritualist whack job. In 2020, I was dealing with, the problems everyone was dealing with, the plague, the isolation, the loneliness, but in my case specifically also unrequited love, addiction, and social media dysfunction. What I'm trying to say is I found God because I was canceled. And you know who else was canceled? A guy you may have heard of called Jesus of Nazareth. I think addiction in particular really forced me to confront the limit of hedonism. Like, what is the meaning of life? Is the meaning of life pleasure, to feel good, to be happy? Because if the meaning of life is to feel good, then just do heroin. Nothing feels better than that. But that is a type of feeling good that if you pursue it repeatedly, stops to feel good. In fact, it leads to feeling quite bad, as many addicts can tell you. So by the end of that year, I was in disarray. And then two things happened that shifted my worldview. One, I did a bunch of LSD. And two, I read the Tao Te Ching. Part 2, Becoming a Tao-aware influencer. So I was on acid and I was looking out the window. This was sometime in 2021, I think. It was right after I had published Envy, and I knew my life had a lot of problems. I decided to kind of do a reset. So I took some acid. I'm looking out the window. It's nighttime. It's raining. And I'm seeing the orange Baltimore streetlight illuminate this sort of sparkling texture of raindrops in the cone of light beneath it. And I suddenly had this intuition that the universe as humans experience it is ruled by two interlocking principles of light and dark, or masculine and feminine. And I knew in that moment, I need to read the Tao Te Ching. I had never read it. I vaguely was aware of what Taoism says, but I had not actually read the Tao Te Ching. I had heard quotes from it, like we all hear quotes from it growing up. I can remember having a textbook like in middle school that had that Lao Tzu quote on the front that's like, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, right? We've all probably seen that on a motivational poster somewhere, in maybe in the guidance counselor's office. But I had not read the book until 2021. And, when I was sober, I decided to read it. And I instantly connected with it in a way that no other religious or spiritual text has ever connected with me. Like, it was like one of those like bolt of lightning moments where oh, this has like changed me. My life is going to be different after this. It's a very easy book to read. There's 81 chapters, but each chapter is less than a page long. You can read it in a single sitting easily. Since 2021, I've read it at least 10 times in several different translations. I unfortunately do not read Chinese, and even if I did, this was written more than 2,000 years ago. I'm sure that it's probably kind of difficult to read even for people who do speak Mandarin. But I love reading different translations, and I feel that of all poetic texts that you could read in translation, the Tao Te Ching is kind of very flexible linguistically, because it begins with a proclamation that the Tao that can be named is not the eternal Tao. So there's already this kind of distancing from language, right? It's saying that, look, we're using this word, the Tao, sometimes translated into English as the way, because it's just the best word we have on hand. But what we're really doing is pointing at a mystery. We're sort of pointing to a cosmic principle, and Lao Tzu doesn't get any more specific than that, and that's what makes it great, that it doesn't get into metaphysical tangles like so many other philosophies and religions do. Lao Tzu's writing is extremely good. It's elegant, it's simple, it's precise, it's ironic, at times even humorous, just a beautiful work of literature that I'm sure will be read as long as human literacy exists. The Tao Te Ching is part metaphysics, I suppose, but it's mostly, I would say, a manual on how to live, and it appears to have been written for rulers, for statesmen, because there's a lot of chapters that deal with how you should run a country, and running a country is also compared to how you should run your life. The general standpoint is a standpoint of what I would call femininity. It's more feminine than most of the world's religions or major philosophies. The basic attitude of Lao Tzu is yielding, softness, a refusal to control the world, refusal to overexert yourself in trying to manipulate things. But I genuinely feel that as an influencer, a lot of Lao Tzu's advice for statesmen applies. It applies to being a YouTuber. I feel that if you're going to be a YouTuber, you should be forced to read the Tao Te Ching before you upload. Tao Te Ching chapter 9 says, care about people's approval and you will be their prisoner. Do your work, then step back. Chapter 13, success is as dangerous as failure. Whether you go up the ladder or down, your position is shaky. For someone who's experiencing a lot of angst about what people are saying about them on Twitter, these are important things to hear. If Lao Tzu were alive today, I am fairly confident he would say, do not tweet. Chapter 24, he who clings to his work will create nothing that endures. If you want to accord with the Tao, just do your job, then let go. Very helpful advice to artists. Don't read reviews. Don't consume your own work. Don't fixate on your reputation. Let it all pass by you. It's not helpful. When I talk about the feminine attitude, I'm referring to chapter 28, know the male, yet keep to the female, and chapter 42, when male and female combine, all things achieve harmony. I realize my interpretation of these statements probably is different than how they would have been interpreted in ancient China in the period of warring states, but I'm fine with that. I'm not, anyone who follows a philosophy or a religion that's more than 1,000 years old is utterly detached from the original context of that philosophy. And if you're misrepresenting parts of it, to me, that is what living philosophy is. A living philosophy is a series of misrepresentations and misinterpretations. Every living philosophy is a conceptual game of telephone that we are playing across the ages. So I'm aware, yes, of course, that in China there are Taoist temples and Taoism is practiced as a religion. There is monks, there is rituals. None of that interests me any more than any other devotional religion. My attachment to this is simply to the Tao Te Ching, which I think is one of the most beautiful books I've ever read, and it's very personally important to me. Metaphysically, it presents no dogmatic doctrine. It simply points to a mystery, right? It invites you to look inward and see for yourself. The Tao is the unnameable that precedes the universe as we know it and follows the universe as we know it. Lao Tzu often uses water as an image representing the Tao. Water flows downwards into the ocean. Many streams converge in the ocean, and that is what death is. It's in a way returning to an original oneness. And I find that very soothing, and I find no need to get more specific about what exactly the nature of the Tao is. How could we get more specific? Humans are not equipped to have specific knowledge of this. Most religious traditions have all these elaborate heavens and hells and gods and angels and beings and bodhisattvas, and to me that is all just a bunch of clutter. Lao Tzu has a perfect minimalist style, which is actually the opposite of what I usually like aesthetically. I'm usually a maximalist. That's why I like Bach. That's why I decorate my house like this. But Lao Tzu makes me appreciate simplicity. Chapter 16, each separate being in the universe returns to the common source. Immersed in the wonder of the Tao, you can deal with whatever life brings you. And when death comes, you are ready. That's beautiful. It's perfect. There's no need to elaborate further. That being said, what if we elaborated further? Part 3, what doth life? I feel like in my tangent on psychedelic experiences, I was really struggling to talk about mystical or psychedelic experience without sounding like a medieval dirt farmer awestruck by an eclipse. I feel like it was all very Xavier Renegade Angel.
Are we just fleshy blips in some meaningless stew of cosmic oblivion? Is our every trollop through fate's garden infused with a mystic?
Hey, bunghole! Cease that inner yapping!
But I've had a year to think about all this, so now I'd like to try to make a little more sense out of my ramblings from that tangent. And I would like to start with this famous oneness that so many of us experience on psychedelics. My temptation is to import terms from Eastern religion and spirituality to call the one Tao or Brahman. I don't know how appropriate it is to use these terms to describe psychedelic experience, but no other psychedelics user has ever had any inhibitions about doing so, so why should I? When we talk about oneness, I think what we're describing is what Freud called the oceanic feeling, which as an atheist, he could not discover in himself. Freud writes in Civilization and Its Discontents about his correspondence with a religious friend who speaks to him of this mystical experience of being one with the external world as a whole. That to me sounds very much like psychedelic experience. And if I had a time machine, I would love to give Freud a tab of acid. Though on second thought, that might turn him into a Jungian, so probably best to not. Can we talk about the Upanishads? The Upanishads are the philosophical discourses that are found in the Vedas, which are the oldest pre-Hindu, really, scriptures of Indian religion and philosophy. I read the principal Upanishads for the first time kind of as research for this video, kind of just because I was curious and wanted to read them anyway, and found they provide a pretty rich language for discussing the oceanic feeling. The Sanskrit word is Brahman, which means the one, the absolute, the cosmic principle, the unity of all things. It's a little bit similar to the concept of the Tao, maybe, or a pantheist god. But what's special about the Upanishads is the emphasis on the idea that each human consciousness is in some sense identical with Brahman. So there's these famous sayings in the Upanishads, I am Brahman, or Atman is Brahman. Atman means self, and we'll talk a little bit more about what self means. The Chandogya Upanishad contains this line that is so central in Hinduism and in Vedic philosophy. Thou art that is how it's usually translated, or you are that. I like thou art that because you are that sounds like too ordinary of an English sentence. We're translating the Sanskrit phrase, I don't know how it's pronounced. Wow. Fake Indologist exposed. Can we YouTube search how it's pronounced?
Tattvamasi.
Tattvamasi.
You are that is simply saying that you are Brahman. Your consciousness is the universal consciousness. I guess the non-dualistic interpretation is that Atman, self, and Brahman, universal self, are aspects of the same thing. The metaphor is that Atman, the self, is a drop of water in the ocean, which is Brahman, which is exactly how I thought about it when I was on acid. Honestly, I probably heard about Vedanta somewhere in the past and then just like forgot about it, and then it just emerged into my mind during the psychedelic experience. I'm not going to give myself credit with having like re-revealed this truth or anything, but I think in a way everyone who has a mystical experience in some way does re-reveal this same truth. There's similar lines of thinking in the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 13 says, when we don't see the self as self, what do we have to fear? See the world as yourself. Love the world as yourself. Then you can care for all things. It's a very thou art that kind of thought. Now, in the Vedas, you are advised to arrive at these revelations through meditation. I think that what psychedelics do in part is they give you an accelerated experience of that oneness, that expansive self. Meditation is hard. It takes discipline. You have to work at it before you reach anything like that kind of revelation, but it's almost guaranteed that someone on psychedelics will have some kind of experience along these lines. The problem is that you're often not really prepared for it. So on psychedelics, the oceanic feeling is often terrifying. The most recent time I did acid, I took some notes on this. This was before Trump got shot. Quote, sense of being repeatedly reborn as a separate individual and then reuniting with the fractal cosmic mind. If you submit, it is ecstatic instead of terrifying. Stance of sexual submission with respect to the universe. After acid, I feel like I got by the universe, by the spirit. I feel like this happened to me last time too. I always end up using this kind of sexual metaphor to describe the way it feels to lose control while I'm tripping. It feels like it's scary. I feel like I'm losing control of my mind. I sort of explored this in the Twilight video a little bit, right? The idea that what constitutes the self is boundaries. So when you lose those boundaries, as you do during sexual communion and during mystical experience, there's this kind of combination of awe and terror as you feel, the boundaries of yourself opening up and you sort of become something bigger than yourself. I don't know why I'm drawn to this like disturbing metaphor of rape when I'm describing it. I think I'm trying to capture like the emotional distress that I'm in. It gives me sympathy for Saint Teresa and her mystical experience that I talked about in the Twilight video, where she feels like she's being penetrated by God. And I guess what I discovered is that by adopting a kind of submissive attitude, I was able to kind of diminish the terrifying aspect. In other words, by accepting the loss of my sense of self, by just letting the universe take me, the experience felt sort of ecstatic. I also wrote in my acid journal that I had a moment of sympathy for the feminist critique of science as a masculine, penetrating, dominating, controlling principle. That's something I need to reflect on more because I do value science pretty highly, but I think there is some truth here, and maybe spirituality is for me fulfilling a kind of like feminine need where science is like sort of based on a masculine need to have the type of knowledge that allows you to gain control of a situation. Whereas for me, spirituality is like this kind of feminine attitude of receptivity. I like to think this will be useful someday when I'm like diagnosed with a terminal illness. I think obsessively trying to control that situation and raging against it and fighting it. I wonder if that situation will feel somewhat like the eco-death experience I have on psychedelics, where the harder you fight it, the more unpleasant it is. And practicing that kind of Taoist, yielding, soft attitude of just sort of letting the flow of the universe take you, I wonder if that will help me if things ever get really bad. I feel like I can't speak on this with any real authority because my life is a little too good. At the moment, I just feel like I'm maybe not a plausible voice on the topic of overwhelming suffering. My life is too easy. I guess I've been experiencing a lot of anguish about politics lately, but I'm not sure that adopting a yielding, submissive attitude to a possible second Trump administration is the right way to go. I will have to meditate on this. Anyway, I want to reiterate what I said in the psychedelics tangent, that I really am uncomfortable with a lot of the psychedelic advocacy on the internet where people talk about psilocybin as this like magic cure for addiction, depression, suicidality, etc. I have struggled with those things, and I think psychedelics have in some ways helped point me in the right direction, but on its own, psychedelic experience have never cured my depression or made me not have addictive cravings anymore. And I would be very reluctant to recommend, say, shrooms to someone who's struggling with depression, knowing from experience how bad those trips can go. I guess what I'm saying is, I think psilocybin can be part of a balanced breakfast.
Ask your parents' permission.
I think the mushroom or the molecule can reveal something to you, but you have to heal yourself. And I do think there is a real danger in treating psychedelic experience in itself like a total and complete spirituality. You know, the mystical revelation of the oneness of all things is supposed to bestow spiritual values like humility and compassion, but we are at a point in history where there's enough tech bros and CEOs who are habitual psychedelics users that we know it's possible to walk away from the psychedelic experiences without really having learned anything about humility or compassion. I feel like some people do psychedelics and they have the Atman is Brahman, you are that, I am one with the world type experience, but instead of becoming less egotistical and more humble, they go the opposite direction. They conclude that they are God. And this experience actually escalates their egotism to a whole new level, to the point of solipsism.
Used to be a broke bitch, now I'm cashing my checks because I tapped into collective consciousness.
So without integration into a more sophisticated spiritual framework, I think psychedelics are a kind of dangerous and unstable tool. And that, along with the terror I felt about ego death in that trip I had last year, is why I decided that I wanted to incorporate psychedelics into a more disciplined practice of meditation. And now I would like to tell you about how that's been going for me, if it's not too insufferable. I promise I'm not like this at parties, by the way. I don't talk about any of this to my friends. I'm normal. I talk about star signs. Part 4, the Buddhist question. So I should say at the outset that I am not a Buddhist, but I am very interested in Buddhism. It's something that I've been thinking about a lot, something I find myself internally engaging with on a daily basis. The reason I'm not a Buddhist is that Buddhism entails following a noble eightfold path, and for me, that's too many folds. I do not have the discipline nor the focus. I follow the vulgar twofold path. Fold 1, right concentration. Fold 2, it's literally just a plant, bro. How can you make a plant illegal? Before I really get into it, I should also explain that the Buddhism that I'm engaging with here is a specific Western Buddhist tradition. Buddhism has a very different contextual cultural role in the West than it does, say, in East Asia. You'll often hear people in the West say things like Buddhism is not a religion. Obviously, that would seem like a weird statement to someone who grew up with Buddhism in East Asia, where the most popular form of Buddhism is Mahayana Buddhism, and specifically, I believe, Pure Land Buddhism. Correct me if I'm wrong here, I am not an expert, but I think basically Pure Land Buddhism sees the Buddha Amitabha as this kind of salvation figure almost, and views following him as the only path to rebirth in a pure land where pure Dharma is accessible and where enlightenment is actually possible. This is a religion, right? And this is, I think, the dominant form of Buddhism in China, Japan, Korea. Again, correct me if I'm wrong. Most people in America who are Buddhists, especially people who are converts, are following a Western Vipassana movement, which is an often secularized form of mindfulness-focused Buddhism. For example, the atheist Sam Harris wrote a book called Waking Up, where he advocates Vipassana meditation. And Sam Harris has not a religious bone in his body. So if you're someone who grew up with Buddhism in China, and you're wondering whether we're talking about the same Buddhism, no, we are not. Now, I don't consider myself any kind of Buddhist, but I do feel more affinity with Buddhism than I do with Abrahamic religions. Part of that is because, like a lot of Western LGBT people, I have kind of an antagonistic relationship with Christianity in particular as a result of life experiences.
Go devil spawn, you just keep pushing on to the hell where you will forever burn.
But I also feel more affinity with Buddhism because of, I guess, what could be called Buddhist soteriology. Soteriology means theory of salvation, basically. I guess it's a Christocentric theological term because salvation is a Christian concept specifically. But understanding soteriology in the broadest sense, most religions pose what they think is the fundamental problem of the human situation, and they propose a solution to it. So that's what I mean by soteriology. So for example, in Christianity, the problem is sin, and the solution is redemption through Christ's sacrifice and God's grace. Now, this just doesn't resonate with me because I don't really believe in sin as a theological concept. As a Libra, I feel like I do need to say something nice about Christianity, so I will say that I do believe in guilt as a human concept, and I think that if you kind of secularize Christianity, then it has profound things to say about guilt and sacrifice and forgiveness. In particular, I'm thinking of a French Catholic philosopher, René Girard. He's probably the most famous theorist of the mechanism of scapegoating. The idea is that ancient prejudicial societies used animal or human sacrifice as a way of redirecting in-group tensions and hostilities onto a scapegoat who would go unavenged. And that one of the functions of sacrifice was that it, by sort of redirecting violence that would otherwise break out between families, by being directed onto the scapegoat, onto the sacrifice, this prevents cycles of revenge. People told me to read Girard after I made my Justice and Envy videos, so I actually made those videos before I read Girard, but now that I've read him, I see why people recommended him, because I do have a lot, I think, in common with the way I think about justice and envy and resentment, and revolution for that matter. Girard says that Christianity, by taking the perspective of the scapegoat, the Lamb of God, Jesus of Nazareth, Christianity reveals that the social order is founded on the spilling of innocent blood. And if not a theological revelation, I do think that is a profound sociological revelation that could be the foundation for a less violent world if Christians actually took these ideas to heart, which most of them do not. I also kind of share the Nietzsche complaint that victim identification doesn't necessarily make the world more empathetic either. It just causes oppressors to reconceptualize themselves as victims. So we have white supremacists complaining about reverse racism and, for example, J.K. Rowling's martyr complex. Thanks, Christianity. So generally, I prefer Buddhist soteriology. Buddhist soteriology says that the fundamental human problem is dukkha, which is the Pali word for suffering, or probably the better translation is something like unsatisfactoriness. And the solution is enlightenment, which is really a mistranslation. It should really be called awakening. Suffering to me makes a lot more sense as a fundamental human problem than sin. If you reframe sin as guilt, as harm that humans inevitably do to other humans, okay, then I would agree more with Christianity, but usually that's not how Christians understand sin. They understand it as it's guilt that is sort of wrong that we've done to God. I don't recognize that. I don't believe in a God that can be wronged by humans. But I certainly believe in suffering, and I do mostly agree with some loose interpretation of the Buddhist view of the human condition. So Buddhism says there are 3 marks of existence, and I agree with the 3 marks of existence. The Buddha really went off with those. He ate. The first mark of existence is dukkha, unsatisfactoriness. In short, life sucks. And this is a point I feel like I've made in multiple videos at this point. There is an unsatisfactoriness in human psychology that is not a political problem. This is a disagreement I have with some utopian ideologies. I feel that they mistake dukkha, the vague sense that something is wrong, for a political problem. Obviously, life is full of political problems, but those are extra problems, right? Things like poverty, sickness, heartbreak, misfortune, war, oppression, injustice. Pretty much every human life has some of those extra problems too. But in addition to those problems, I believe that there is a fundamental problem, which is revealed by looking at very privileged people. Someone who gets everything they want still finds life unsatisfactory in some way. Look at people like Elon Musk, like J.K. Rowling, people who have had like kind of fairy tale dreams come true, and yet clearly these people are still miserable. The problems of their life are not political. It's something more psychologically fundamental. Am I saying that J.K. Rowling and Elon Musk are living in spiritual darkness? Absolutely, I'm saying that. Buddhism identifies the source of dukkha, again, I think correctly, as desire, specifically unwholesome desire, or what is called tanha. Unwholesome desire maybe corresponds to craving and yearning, those forms of desire that I was discussing in the Twilight video. You have Plato's argument that eros, love, desire, sexual desire is painful because desire is lack. And you have the psychoanalyst Lacan's idea that desire is kind of a mix of pleasure and pain because desire is desire for desire. I realize that these are not really the same idea, but I feel like there's enough kinship between them that I find it interesting, right? Like Plato and Lacan and the Buddha are Barbies, and I just want to make them all kiss. The second mark of existence is anicca, which is Pali for impermanence. Things fall apart. Nothing lasts forever. This is a source of suffering, of unsatisfactoriness. The Western philosophy equivalent is maybe the pre-Socratic philosopher Heraclitus, whose famous saying is, "You cannot step in the same river twice," because reality is in constant flux. Everything is changing, nothing endures forever. And the third mark of existence is the hardest one to understand. It's anatta, which means no self. So atta is the Pali equivalent of the Sanskrit word Atman, which we talked about with the Upanishads, where Atman means self. So this is how Buddhism, I guess, is significantly departs from Vedic religion and philosophy, in that the self is a really important concept in the Upanishads, right? But Buddha is saying there is no self. What does that mean, though? What self is being denied? I actually don't have the answer because I don't know what I'm talking about, but I'm just speculating it here because I think it's interesting. I think it's more than just denying the ego. The ego in psychoanalysis is kind of a social self, right? It's like the self, the image you form of yourself in the social context. I don't think that's what Atman means. I think Atman refers to something deeper than that, something like consciousness, the consciousness that is beyond any specific ego manifestation. So maybe what the concept of anatta is denying is that there is even a persistent consciousness that is identical with itself over time. It makes me think of a quote from the quantum physicist Erwin Schrödinger, who wrote a book called My View of the World. And Schrödinger was very influenced by Vedanta philosophy. Quote, "What is this I? If you analyze it closely, you will, I think, find that it is just a little bit more than a collection of single data, experiences, and memories, namely the canvas upon which they are collected. And you will, on close introspection, find that what you really mean by I is that ground stuff upon which they are collected. You may come to a distant country, lose sight of all your friends, may all but forget them. You acquire new friends, you share life with them as intensely as you ever did with your old ones. Less and less important will become the fact that, while living your new life, you still recollect the old one. The youth that was I, you may come to speak of him in the third person. Indeed, the protagonist of the novel you are reading is probably nearer to your heart, certainly more intensely alive and better known to you. Yet there has been no intermediate break, no death, and even if a skilled hypnotist succeeded in blotting out entirely all your earlier reminiscences, you would not find that he had killed you. In no case is there a loss of personal existence to deplore, nor will there ever be. This has really interesting implications for how we think about the question of life after death. To most people who are attached to a kind of Christian idea of a soul that lives beyond death and goes to heaven, the thought that you don't survive your death usually seems terrifying. In the way that I think the idea of death is terrifying to most people. But philosophically, it can maybe become less terrifying, at least at an intellectual level, when you reflect, like Schrödinger does, that it's not only that I won't survive death, it's that there was never an I in the first place. The I that I was 5 years ago is already dead. Many past versions of me have already died, so death is nothing to fear. Personally, I think in my Taoist way that we're all streams that return to the sea. So I think there will be consciousness after death, but it will not be my consciousness. I see the Tao as the unnameable mystery beyond this life, and I do have faith in that. But I don't believe in anything more specific. This is another thing that separates me from Buddhism. Buddhists are committed to much more specific beliefs about life after death because of the idea of rebirth. A common question that people ask of Buddhists is, if there is no self, then what is it that's reborn? And I think this is one of those topics that, you ask 5 different Buddhists and you'll get 5 different answers. It's a debated topic and obviously philosophically very complicated. I'm not a Buddhist, so I have no obligation to answer it. But if I were a Buddhist, maybe I would say that it is consciousness in some form or another that is reborn, right? And karma then is simply the effects that our action has on consciousness in the future, not necessarily like, moral merit or blame that is like laden on a soul over time, like a lot of Christians believe. But the complexity of Buddhism is one reason why I feel like I can't commit to it. I admire Buddhism as an attempt at a rigorous method of freeing humans from suffering, but with the endless metaphysical subtleties and theological niceties, it's almost as bad as European philosophy, right? The Dharma is overflowing with the enumerations of doctrines and procedures and subdivisions. The Noble Eightfold Path, the 8 jhanas, the 5 hindrances, the 5 precepts, the 4 noble truths, the 4 stages of awakening, the 3 marks of existence, 3 jewels, 3 poisons, and a partridge in a goddamn pear tree. The Buddha was a yapper. I believe that is the Gen Z terminology. I'm too ADHD for this. Lao Tzu, on the other hand, says he has just 3 things to teach: simplicity, patience, and compassion. And I'm pretty happy to leave it at that. Part 5. Meditating on acid is not the answer. So I mentioned wanting to integrate psychedelic experience into a more disciplined practice of meditation, as opposed to doing it the way I was doing it last year, which is basically treating it like a drug. I was taking it and then watching a bunch of movies and acting silly. Considering that I was having what felt like profound mystical experiences, it seemed inappropriate to be treating acid like any other drug, right? Like it was, having a couple of beers or something. So I decided to learn how to meditate. And I've been working on this for a few months now. I've been reading and meditating every day. A few months is not that long, so I'm a complete amateur dabbler. I do not know what I'm doing. But here's where I'm at. The most helpful beginning book on meditation I found was a book called Mindfulness in Plain English by Bhante Gunaratana. It teaches Vipassana meditation in a very clear way. I also read Waking Up by Sam Harris, and I also read Gunaratana's more advanced book, Beyond Mindfulness in Plain English, and a book called Right Concentration, A Practical Guide to the Jhanas by Lee Brasington. Despite not considering myself a Buddhist, I have made a good faith effort to follow the advice in these books. A Buddhist would probably say that I'm still not doing this right, in part because one of the 3 jewels of Buddhism is Sangha, community. You're supposed to be in community with Buddhists in order to do this properly. I feel like that's another reason that I feel like I'm not interested in Buddhism. I don't know if I need a community. I've been burned by communities before. Mindfulness is the English translation of the Pali word sati, which means something like bare consciousness or non-conceptual awareness. Gunaratana compares the mind to a glass of muddy water and says that mindfulness happens when you let the water sit still and become unmuddied. I like that. It's a good metaphor. Mindfulness has actually been kind of a trending topic in scientific psychology and neuroscience for about a decade. There's been a lot of research on it. They've put Buddhist monks into MRI scanners and proved that, the different jhanas or meditative states actually correspond to neural changes. And I suppose that's supposed to bring some prestige to the practice. Personally, when meditators tell me that they're achieving altered states of consciousness, I'm inclined to believe them. I don't feel like I need a brain scan to validate their testimony. But I suppose it is interesting. And if you are someone who is skeptical of this kind of thing, then maybe it's validating to have the brain scans. Sam Harris brags that Vipassana can be brought into any secular or scientific context, quote, without embarrassment, whereas he says the same could not be said of chanting to Lord Krishna and banging a drum. Sam Harris claims that Buddhist meditation is categorically different from and superior to almost all other religious practices because he considers it an empirical method for liberating the mind from suffering. In this community, we are at war with Sam Harris, but I admit that I did find his book, Waking Up, pretty interesting. Let me tell you about my meditative practice and experiences. I usually do a combination of different techniques, including mindfulness of breath, which is sort of the most basic. I know it feels a bit cliche to sit cross-legged on the floor with your hands folded in your lap, but I do find that there is a purpose for this posture. It's kind of the right combination of relaxation and alertness, where you are not terribly uncomfortable, but you're also not so comfortable that you're going to get sleepy. I've also tried mantras. I've tried body scans. That's where you sort of direct your awareness to your feet, your legs, your hips, your stomach. You go through all your body parts and try to be aware of them. I've tried focus objects, like concentrating on a candle, and I've tried metta, which is a Pali word that's usually translated to English as loving kindness, which sounds very twee. Basically, first you direct it at yourself. I usually say the phrase love, health, safety, peace. I don't know, that's just what resonates with me, but you could say anything that resonates with you. And then I will think to people I'm close to and I'll wish love, health, safety, peace. And then I'll think of acquaintances, love, health, safety, peace. And then I'll think of people who I have feelings of hostility to. Very well, love, health, safety, peace. Even though you produced that stupid podcast, Megan, I still nevertheless wish you love, health, safety, peace. And then I will try to really focus on the breath. So that's the first 5 minutes of a meditation session for me. The second 5 minutes, I usually spend struggling with hindrances. So guilt, anxiety, distraction, your mind just wanders. And actually, one thing that convinced me that meditation might be worth doing early on was just how difficult I found it to be when I first started. How hard should it be to sit quietly doing nothing for 10 minutes? I found it to be extremely hard. I feel like that's bad, right? I feel like I'm constantly fucking pressing my rectangle all day, swiping the rectangle. Just so much stimulation is constantly going in and out of my eyeballs and earballs. I feel like culture has kind of used technology to eliminate boredom, but at the same time, it's also eliminated our capacity to sit with our own thoughts. That's bad. And I feel like meditation has helped me recognize that that's bad. And even if I feel like I'm not succeeding at meditating, that is, I feel like I am constantly getting distracted and I'm failing to empty my mind of conceptual discourse, I still feel that simply the exercise of sitting in one place and doing nothing for 20 minutes has had a good impact on me. It's made me a little more patient and a little more able to cope with basic things, without needing to constantly stimulate myself. I've gotten to the point where after 10 minutes of mindfulness of breath, a calm does usually begin to set in, which grows until the 15 or 20 minute point where an almost benzo-like effect sets in, which persists for some time after the session. And that alone makes it worth doing, right? Is this kind of lasting sense of calmness. That has been good. So I like that. But basically, after several months of practicing meditation, I then decided to try it on acid. And what I was wondering is, okay, now that I sort of know the basics of how to meditate, will the psychedelic experience be more profound? Will it be more spiritual? Will it be more useful than it is when I'm trying to use psychedelics as drugs? And by the way, I realize how cringe this is. Like, psychedelic Buddhism probably describes the philosophy of 20% of the undergraduates at any given liberal arts college. But whatever, it's less cringe than the last psychedelic tangent. Anyway, I attempted to sit for 40-minute sessions while I was on acid. It was quite an experience. I wrote some notes, so I think, this should give you a window into the depth of insight that I've attained here. Okay, so 7 o'clock, this would be 2 hours in. Discovery that meditating on LSD is, in fact, more difficult. I'm really glad I practiced meditation for 4 months to arrive at that conclusion. It was hard. It was very difficult to maintain mindfulness of breath on acid. I think that actually, rather than finding it easier to be spiritual, I found it harder to be mindful because LSD, as far as drugs go, is very distracting. I also wrote, next time you think it's hard to meditate, remember how it felt to be alternating between Atman and Brahman every 30 seconds in cyclical throes of terror and abandon and ecstasy and submission. Well, I guess that's helpful. I don't know if I can call this a success, but surely as the political situation in my country deteriorates, having the basic tool set of mindfulness meditation will be useful, right? Part 6. Am I spiritual or just dissociating? I do think that Marx was right when he said that religion makes injustice less unbearable. The opium of the people, right? The heart of a heartless world, the soul of soulless conditions. Is that bad? Is spirituality distracting us from political action? Well, I think it might be if you are a monastic, if spirituality completely dominates your entire life. But I also think that sometimes you need a little bit of a healthy opiate to, be functional. And if you're doing mindfulness meditation instead of literal opiates, then that's nothing to be ashamed of. I do think, though, that it's possible to take meditation too far. While I was doing research on this video, I actually found this organization called Cheetah House, run by a doctor called Willoughby Britton, which is dedicated to warning spiritual consumers about the dangers of meditation. And yes, there apparently actually are some risks, as there are with psychedelics. Apparently some people, particularly people who are predisposed to mental illness like schizophrenia, actually have their condition triggered or worsened by practicing intense Vipassana meditation of the type that is taught on these retreats where you're meditating for like 10 hours a day. Insight meditation, with its emphasis on awakening from an illusion, can lead some people to feeling dissociated, feeling like everyday life is a dream or not really real, or they take the no-self concept so far that they feel depersonalized in a way that actually ends up being dysfunctional. This is something that I've been asking myself too. I know that I struggle with the opiate addict urge to escape reality. Is meditation just a more sophisticated way of doing that? Well, in moderation, I don't think so. The term self-care has deteriorated to the point where the first imagery that comes to mind when you hear it is like buying expensive bath bombs. But the concept of self-care originates in political activist spaces. Specifically, I know it was discussed by Audre Lorde, the Black American feminist. The point of it is to prevent burnout, essentially. If all of your energy is dedicated to political activism, you can lose yourself. You can go crazy, basically. If you're so consumed with the injustice that you're fighting, I mean, I've been in this state myself, like when I was working on the, like Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling video, or anything that's about trans rights usually takes a toll on me, because I get sucked in so deep where I'm spending all my time like trying to defend my right to exist. And that is damaging mentally. So I think that, if meditation is part of care of the self in that sense, I'm not someone who's going on month-long meditation retreats. And I don't think it's necessarily bad if people do, but I think it's probably possible to, do these things in moderation. I guess you could call it, and this is a term, it's just coming into my mind. I'm pretty sure I'm inventing this. You could call it the middle way, right? Too little spirituality leads to a crass, trivial, addicted existence, but too much spirituality could lead to total dissociation from reality. Sometimes I fear that meditation or spirituality in general is incompatible with my career choice. Is it really possible to achieve any kind of spiritual attainment while being a social media influencer, possibly the most deranged, egotistical profession in world history? Well, I don't know, but I'm not claiming to be an awakened one. I'm just trying to take the edge off. And if a little bit of healthy dissociation helps get you through the day, where's the harm in that?
I'm a survivor. We're a dying breed.
Tangent, surreal videos. So when I pitched this topic to voting patrons, I think I said that I was going to do a curated collection of surreal and obscure internet videos and provide a detailed commentary and analysis. I need to admit at the outset that I have abandoned obscure as a criterion. It sounded cool in my head when I proposed this as a topic, but I kind of realized it would be more interesting to do a history of surreal internet videos that were influential on me and that I have some kind of emotional relationship with. And I found that most of the videos that I feel really attached to are actually pretty famous. Like, don't get me wrong, I do have private playlists of obscure videos with like less than 2,000 views. I'm going to keep my secrets is what I'm saying. But I also think I have more to say about the videos that are famous already. And I also have a kind of oppositional attitude to most of the commentary that exists on these videos, which I think justifies this tangent's existence. I'm going to be talking about a lot of videos that, if you're the kind of person who's into, this sort of thing, you've probably heard of most, if not all, of the videos that I'm going to cover, but I have an angle, and I hope that angle makes the topic tangent worthy. So I've selected a collection of surreal internet videos going back to 2004, the pre-YouTube era, up to the 2020s. And I think a reason I initially included obscure in this topic is that looking back on my personal relationship to surreal internet videos, I feel like I often felt watching these videos for the first time that I was discovering something obscure. And of course, in retrospect, it turns out that every hipster of my entire generation was watching these videos. But part of the fun, especially of the early internet, was this feeling of obscurity, right? This feeling that you were discovering something new. If you were a teenager in the 2000s watching Salad Fingers or I Feel Fantastic for the first time, you felt like you were discovering this like hidden, disturbing secret, something that other kids at school would pass around, something adults had no idea about or disapproved of. It's like the character Jeffrey Beaumont in David Lynch's movie Blue Velvet, who says that by following this mystery, he feels like he's seeing something that was always hidden.
I'm seeing something that was always hidden. I'm involved in a mystery. I'm in the middle of a mystery, and it's all secret.
That to me is the rush, the thrill of surreal internet videos, and it is something that I'm going to try to capture as I narrate my experience to you. What is surrealism? Before we get into actual videos, I feel like I want to do a little preface about surrealism. I don't know why I always begin these tangents with like definitions and etymologies. I feel like it's a bad habit carried over from academia. God, I tried so hard to quit. I didn't realize that going to grad school for 2 years is enough to make you boring the rest of your life. Our good friend André Breton wrote in the 1920s a manifesto of surrealism. His dictionary definition goes, surrealism, noun, psychic automatism, dictated by the thought in the absence of any control exercised by reason, exempt from any aesthetic or moral concern. Psychic automatism means you have no filter, unrestrained yapping. Probably a good slogan for this tangent. He said, quote, I believe in the future resolution of these two states, dream and reality, which are seemingly so contradictory, into a kind of absolute reality, a surreality. All of this is a lot of words to say that surrealism is a stylistic sensibility inspired by dreams. So surreal is one of those you know it when you see it concepts, but I'm going to try to do better by way of explanation than that, because it's my job. It's what you're paying me for. If you want to know what makes something surreal, ask, what makes it feel like a dream? What makes anything feel like a dream? What are dreams?
What are frogs? Right. What are frogs?
Well, let's start by talking about a concrete example. So take the movie Inception. What's amazing to me about Inception is how not surreal it is. Inception is a movie that takes place mostly in dreams that somehow manages to at no point actually feel like a dream. So what is it that makes Inception not surreal, not dreamy? A lot of times people compare Inception to the anime Paprika, which is interesting because I think Paprika is surreal, but Inception isn't. Why is that? Well, Inception is a very tightly scripted action movie where everything that happens follows from something else in a chain of causal events with characters whose motivations are easy to understand. Whereas the first time you watch Paprika, it just feels like this onslaught of images that you can't really make any sense of until you watch it like the 7th time. It reminds me of this video where South Park creators Matt Stone and Trey Parker give a lecture on how to write a TV episode where they say that every story beat that occurs should follow from a previous story beat in a way that could be connected by the word therefore. So X happens, therefore Y happens, therefore Z happens. They contrast that with what they consider bad or sloppy or amateur writing, where there's a lot of events that are connected not by therefore, but by the phrase and then.
We can take these beats, which are basically the beats of your outline, and if the words and then belong between those beats, you're f***ed.
So they say bad writing has a sequence of events where one doesn't really follow from the previous one, whereas good writing has a series of story beats that are connected by therefore. I'm not even going to disagree with Stone and Parker here, because if what you are writing is a mainstream TV crime drama, then yes, every event should be connected by a therefore, and everything should all kind of come together in the end so you can see the logical sequence between each element. And that's fine for an episode of Law and Order or whatever, but it does not apply if you are, for example, David Lynch. In the opening of Blue Velvet, we see Jeffrey's dad watering the lawn, an idyllic suburban scene. The hose catches, a metaphor for the stroke that Jeffrey's dad is about to have, passing out on the front lawn, and then the camera sinks down into the grass where you see this world of teeming horrible insects. Why are we looking at teeming horrible insects? What is the therefore here? Well, there isn't one in the conventional cause and effect sense, but that doesn't mean it's random either. It means that David Lynch's movies are built on dream logic. What does that mean? What is dream logic? Well, it's patterns of thinking that do not correspond to the ordinary rules of waking life. Waking life is governed by rules like Newtonian physics. No matter how good a mood I am in, I cannot fly. In waking life, we are stuck in consistent Euclidean space. If I'm happy in this room and then I leave and come back when I'm sad, the room is still the same, and things seem to follow classical logical rules, like the law of non-contradiction, so either X or not X, or the law of identity, which says that everything is identical with itself. For every X, X equals X. I am me. The lamp is a lamp. Dreams do not follow any of the normal rules of waking life. In dreams, even logical laws can be broken. The law of identity can be broken. When someone describes a dream to you, they'll often say something like, I was with my mother, but she wasn't really my mother. It's very hard to explain how this could be the case, but I feel like we've all had this experience in dreams, right? I was in the school I attended as a child, but it also wasn't that school. It was also a water park, right? The thing is not identical with itself. And so surreal storytelling follows dream logic. So surreal plot lines or plot webs follow emotionally and symbolically constructed space and narrative. It's not random if the artist knows what they're doing, but things are not connected connected by a logical therefore either. None of this is to say that surrealism has to follow Freudian doctrine. A lot of the first generation of surrealists were very inspired by Freud, but in my opinion, if anything, that is bad. Artists should not know about psychoanalysis. It corrupts their innocence. And I know a lot of you guys are annoyed at me for like venerating the pseudoscientist Freud as like my daddy figure. But in this tangent, I'm going to prove you wrong by talking some trash about Freud, by killing my father, if you will. Psychoanalysis is one tool for making sense out of surreal art, but too much of it is definitely bad. For every one of these videos I'm going to talk about, there's like 10 video essays on YouTube explaining what does it all mean. Stop it. Stop trying to make it make sense. You're doing surrealism wrong. Hitchcock's Psycho literally ends with a psychiatrist coming out and explaining to everyone what it all means.
I got the whole story, but not from Norman. I got it from his mother.
Is that really what you people want? Psychiatrist monologues at the end of every movie? I admire what Roger Ebert said about David Lynch's movie Mulholland Drive. He said, Mulholland Drive isn't like Memento, where if you watch it closely enough, you can hope to explain the mystery. There is no explanation. There may not even be a mystery. Stop trying to solve art like a Rubik's Cube. I'm gonna do some analysis in this video, but I really want to emphasize that you do not need analysis to enjoy surrealism. Symbols and associations are quote-unquote unconscious exactly because you are initially unable to explain them. On the first viewing of a surreal video, don't analyze it. Just experience it. Ride the ride. Dream the dream. And either it emotionally works for you or it doesn't. Symbols and associations are felt, but not rationally articulated. Then if you really like a work of art so much you're willing to put time into it, then you can identify symbols and motifs and associations and make the implicit explicit. Okay, let's move on to the videos. I feel like I need to put an awkward content warning here because it's funny, I was expecting this video to be like super lightweight and kind of a bullshit tangent, frankly, but it actually gets really, really heavy. I think because surrealism can be pleasant and relaxing, but most of the videos on my list have nightmare elements. I guess dream logic is emotional logic, and we tend to get emotional about topics that are heavy. So here's the most generic possible content warning. Sex, violence, the object. I've chosen these videos autobiographically, and I will go through them chronologically. Because most of these are pretty famous, a lot of people in my generation will have watched these at the same age when I did. And if you're not in my generation, well, here's some recommendations for things to watch next time you get high. Salad Fingers. We are starting with Salad Fingers, originally a flash animation created by David Firth and posted to Newgrounds in 2004. So we are starting before YouTube existed. Salad Fingers is about a creepy pervert with salad for fingers who wanders an apocalyptic wasteland groping rusty spoons from which he derives orgasmic pleasure.
The feeling of rust against my salad fingers is almost orgasmic.
The full series now amounts to an hour and a half of content. Themes include loneliness, self-harm, masochism, abuse, cannibalism, and worst, relentless misophonia triggers. I first saw Salad Fingers pretty close to when it first came out, probably 2004, 2005, maybe 2006. I was in high school, I was at my friend John's house, and he showed me these videos on the computer, and it really disturbed me. In the second episode, Salad Fingers cooks a boy in the oven, like the witch in a Brothers Grimm fairy tale.
That fish smells about done.
That was the moment I was like, I don't know if I want to watch this. But of course I did. We all did. If you were a teenager in the 2000s in the Anglosphere and you were like, you know, a freak, you definitely saw Salad Fingers. I've seen people compare Gen Alpha's fixation on Skibbity Toilet to Salad Fingers, but I don't think that comparison is fair because Salad Fingers is way more disturbing than anything that happens in Skibbity Toilet.
You're half my age.
Recently, a Canadian teacher was suspended, basically fired it seems, for showing Salad Fingers to a middle school class, along with a couple other videos on this list. Parents are so precious about their angry, horny, blister-popping 14-year-old angels. Like, this idea of the purity of 15-year-olds is like so discordant with my memory of being that age. My memory is that kids were sticking pencils through blisters and burning themselves with cigarettes.
I like it when the red water comes out.
I feel like teenagers actually have a higher tolerance for the macabre than adults have. Because it sucks to be a teenager, right? You have like adult urges all of a sudden, but you have no freedom and no control of your own life. So salad fingers is for the teens. That said, I can see how salad fingers in school might be over the line for some people.
Maybe you can come and tuck me in tonight, sailor.
That's part of what made salad fingers fun when you were a teenager, was the sense that it was this like forbidden secret, this thing that every adult in your life would definitely disapprove of. It made you feel like you were breaking the rules. And isn't that what teenagers are supposed to do?
Just wait until your father gets...
I feel fantastic. Sometime in the late 1990s, a guy called John Bergeron created a female android named Tara. John first posted online about Tara around Y2K on Usenet. I'm actually too young to have any personal experience on Usenet, but maybe a Gen Xer in the comments can fill us in. In 2004, John started selling on his website DVDs of music videos featuring Tara, one of which was uploaded to YouTube by some creepypasta channel who wrote a video description comparing John and Tara to the story of Pygmalion, the ancient Greek sculptor who fell in love with his creation. I remember people passing this around in the late 2000s. Everyone thought it was so scary. And I remember thinking it was scary, which is kind of weird to me now because when I watch this video, like, she ate, she served. What are we scared of here? I feel like this is an epical shift in aesthetic sensibilities where this type of uncanny woman used to seem like this like creepy, horrifying thing. And now we're just like used to seeing women that look like that. Why is this surreal? Well, I assume you don't need me to rehash why people find androids in general to be uncanny. It does remind me of this entire genre of creepy internet videos from this era, all of which had like the uncanny woman as like the central scare factor. There's a video called There Is Nothing.
There is nothing.
A video called My Sister EXT. And of course, the Rejuvenique video manual.
Place the mask into position as before and get ready for a real treat.
I feel like with the Tara video, part of what is scary is not the robot, but the windows. It's kind of weird to have so many windows with no curtains and no blinds, and outside is just pitch blackness. Like, you know those liminal space images where part of the creepiness seems to derive from like a darkened doorway that like unconsciously like makes you afraid of the unknown? I feel like there's some of that going on here. Obviously, a lot of the creepiness here came from the framing of this as like some perverse love story between a man and his robot. Honestly, it does remind me a little bit of the BTK killer who would like dress up in this like very crude, like clownish femme mask and take pictures of himself in the poses of his victims. I did find a deep dive on Tara the Android by a YouTuber called Debunk File, who claims that John Bergeron was trying to sell the android on Usenet and at times suggesting that she could be used as a sex robot. I don't like that. That does kind of ruin the video for me. The idea that Tara's creator is like trying to pimp her out on Usenet. That makes the videos creepy again for not fun reasons. It takes us back into sex doll territory. Speaking of sex dolls, Possibly in Michigan. Possibly in Michigan is a 1983 short film by a director called Cecilia Condit. Possibly in Michigan is, quoting from the video description, a musical horror story about two young women who are stalked through a shopping mall by the cannibal named Arthur. He follows them home, and here the victims become the aggressors. The film has seen a surprising surge in popularity on TikTok recently, as people have excerpted parts of the audio, which is very distinctive.
No, silly.
But some of the lines are inexplicably sung in this kind of eldritch recitative.
Smells like mother's crazy sister Kate.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah, I do. Well, she put her poodle one time in a microwave oven.
I think Possibly in Michigan and many of Cecilia's other films are very good. I describe them as surreal short films about womanhood and fear, often bringing a feminist angle to the kind of surreal sexual horror. Before Possibly in Michigan, Cecilia Condit had actually directed another film called Beneath the Skin, which is about a girl who discovers that her boyfriend had murdered his ex and was keeping her body in a trunk under where they slept, which is based on a thing that actually happened to Cecilia Condit. She had dated Ira Einhorn, aka the Unicorn Killer, who had murdered his ex-girlfriend and hidden her corpse in the closet, which Cecilia didn't notice because she was taking a medication that inhibited her sense of smell.
I had this dream that was so real. I dreamed that it was me and not her that he killed 2 years ago.
That is a pretty shocking and traumatizing thing to go through.
Do you like scary movies or things that are scary?
No, I don't. I'm very sensitive to scary. I get frightened very easily.
And you make stuff that's scary because?
I'm so frightened.
At the end of Possibly in Michigan, the two women turn against Arthur the cannibal and they get revenge. So that's good. It's good when you get revenge. The reason I say sex doll is that Arthur is, I believe, played by Cecilia herself and is wearing a mask that Cecilia Condit apparently got from a dental school. But it reminds me of a sex doll. Surrealism. Pickle surprise. In 2006, a YouTuber called posted a video called Pickle Surprise.
It's a surprise! Pickle surprise! Pickle surprise!
The video was created by the artist Tom Rubnitz in 1989 and stars a number of drag queens who would later become somewhat famous, including Lady Bunny and RuPaul, who you may have heard of. I first saw Pickle Surprise in 2006 and I instantly adored it.
Did I say Repeat my mantra.
I had no idea what I was watching. I think this is the first time I'd ever really seen drag as an art form. And my favorite part of this memory is that the first time I saw this video, I had no idea that these were drag queens. My 16-year-old brain really looked at this video and thought, yep, these are unclockable biological females. There's nothing unusual here. I love that though. I was fully buying the illusion, the magic of drag. There's that, I think it's a Douglas Adams quote, that any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Well, I feel like that also applies to art. Any art form that you don't have experience in also feels like magic. So when you don't know anything about makeup or drag or gender performance, you just kind of naively experience hillbilly RuPaul as real a woman as any of our mothers. And you know what? Who's to say she isn't? Surrealism. Tom Rubnitz also directed several other videos that have this same kind of psychedelic glitter drag surrealist vibe. A lot of them are on YouTube. I guess they have my endorsement. Tom sadly died of AIDS-related illness in 1992 when he was basically my age. Looking back on his videos, I feel like this is so ahead of its time. This is decades before Adult Swim, decades before Omega Mart. I guess we do need to pause to ask, from a 2024 perspective, is Pickle Surprise transphobic?
Where's the pickle? That's the surprise! Pickle surprise!
Is this transphobic is a question that actually comes up surprisingly often when you're dealing with surreal videos, in part because I think that a lot of people find something sort of surreal or uncanny about gender bending itself, so it comes up a lot. Obviously, the premise of Pickle Surprise is kind of adjacent to the whole trap trope that is very harmful to trans women. I don't think this video should be made now, but it wasn't made now, it was made in the 80s, and as far as I'm concerned, a pioneering queer artist who died from AIDS in 1992 has a pass to do whatever. He did his time. He suffered for the cause. And anyway, as far as transphobia is concerned, Pickle Surprise looks really good compared to what I'm about to show you next. Obey the Walrus. Obey the Walrus is an ancient viral video that has a pretty upsetting backstory, but this tangent has already had cannibalism, femicide, and sex dolls, so, you know, why stop there? I'm not trying to monetize this video. Okay, I'm just gonna play the video and then I'll tell the story.
La pequeña araña en un tubo se subió.
So the video shows a tap dancing, transgender, disabled drag queen named the Goddess Bunny, aka Sandy Crisp. And the video poster added this like creepy music that's like it's like a Spanish version of the Itsy Bitsy Spider played backwards. This video was posted to E-Bombs World in 2006 and then basically disseminated as creepypasta after that. Do people know what E-Bombs World is? I feel like I need to explain this one for people 10 years older or younger than me. E-Bombs World was a Web 1.0 website owned by some guy. This was before social media was big, so if you wanted to watch content on the internet, you had to have it curated for you by a website owned by some guy. And in the case of E-Bombs World, I think the guy in question sucked because this place was a cesspit. The comments section under the Obey the Walrus video is very depressing. It's just a bunch of slurs and transphobia and ableism. So, you know, exactly the same as the internet is now. In retrospect, it basically just looks like a hate video that is using transness and disability as basically a kind of monstrosity to scare people. I'm somewhat heartbroken to admit that when I first saw this video as a teenager, I did think it was scary, but you know, it's a lot to take in and make sense of when you're a 16-year-old who thinks that Lady Bunny is unclockably biological. The performer in this video is, of course, an actual human being with a backstory, and it's a pretty interesting backstory, which is why I feel like this video is worth bringing up. The Goddess Bunny, aka Sandy Crisp, was a drag performer who had a long career doing shows in Hollywood and Vegas. She'd had polio as a child and apparently suffered medical malpractice of some kind and was disabled as a result of that. There is a 1998 documentary about her life called The Goddess Bunny.
We are going to delve into the life of the only truly glamorous star left in Hollywood.
You can watch the documentary on the Internet Archive, and I have watched it. It's pretty interesting, but be aware if you go into this that this was from a different era of queer history, and there is very much a John Waters kind of anti-politically correct sensibility here. Goddess Bunny was part of this queer underground that would do things like reenacting the Manson family crimes, displaying art by John Wayne Gacy. She did a stunt involving dressing up as a quote-unquote AIDS terrorist.
Where I actually took egg white toilet paper and eyeshadow and made the bruises and the lesions, and he apparently sent them to Washington, D.C. and to our governors, trying to get across to the industry that if the government did not help with the AIDS victims that were out there at the present time, that this could possibly happen. I guess I was the first poster child for AIDS victims.
I'm not necessarily super invested in defending like 80s queer edginess. I just feel like it informs the background of the video that became Obey the Walrus, because you can watch that clip from the documentary with different music. I do think the intent is to be kind of spooky.
We do the Frankenstein rock. We do the Frankenstein rock.
But I feel like I'm allowed to still be kind of angry that the most boring, cruel assholes on the planet turned this into like a freak show video. You know, God forbid a disabled transgender drag queen do anything. I do feel like internet comments sections are making our culture more conservative and conformist. It's hard for honest-to-God weirdos to thrive online because we have to incessantly get feedback from boring assholes. Oh, another thing I need to warn you about is that the director of the documentary, The Goddess Bunny, which I just suggested that you watch for free on Internet Archive, is a guy called Nick Bugas, who is a racist cartoonist, most infamous for having drawn the so-called Happy Merchant caricature, which has become the internet Nazi anti-Semitic meme of the century. There's a lot of layers to this story, a lot to keep track of. But if I can make this all about me again for a moment, I guess this does kind of force me to reflect on the fact that, like, as a teenager, this was probably one of the first depictions I saw of a transgender person, and it was in this, like, scary freak show video. It does kind of explain a particular kind of brokenness in the brain that I suffer from. I feel like essential to who I am as a person is the struggle with feelings of monstrosity. It's part of what attracts me to surrealism too, is that gendered deviance is often thematized. Salad Fingers is kind of effeminate, isn't he?
Maybe you can come and tuck me in tonight, sailor.
There's an episode where he wears a dress, an episode where he lactates. I definitely do not love gender ambiguity being invoked as a kind of uncanny horror show, but there's also a kind of freedom in claiming your own monstrosity. In dreams, in surrealism, you can break the law of identity, so identities tend to become unstable. Men can become women, women can become men. I enjoy this. Anyway, don't romanticize the early internet. Yes, it was less corporate, but it was still a cesspit, and there were still Nazis everywhere. Lasagna Cat. On January 14th, 2008, 27 videos were simultaneously uploaded to a channel called Lasagna Cat. Each video began with a live-action enactment of a Garfield cartoon.
Oh no! I'm using the cat brush!
Followed by a canned laugh track and the comic, and then a music video that elaborated on the themes of that strip. Now, I'll be honest, I think I did see some of these in the early 2010s, but I don't think I ever really got it. I did not have the vision to understand what this was all building towards. But then, on February 23, 2017, the channel simultaneously published 11 new videos, the first of which is titled July 27th, 1978, and which I would argue is one of the best YouTube videos ever made. The video stars John Blythe Barrymore talking for 60 minutes about a single Garfield comic strip, elaborating every possible interpretation of this one 3-panel strip: textual, metatextual, spiritual, philosophical, physical, metaphysical, geometrical.
A 3-panel comic strip that, though simple as it seemed, changed me, changed my being.
The monologue is accompanied by Philip Glass's soundtrack to the Martin Scorsese movie Kundun about the Dalai Lama. The particular Garfield strip discussed in this video is what is now known as the pipe strip. In the first panel, John is reading his newspaper and he taps with his hand on the side table. In the second panel, he wonders, now where could my pipe be? And in the third panel, John screams, Garfield! And we see that it is in fact Garfield who is smoking John's pipe. The joke being that it's unexpected that a cat would smoke tobacco out of a pipe built for a man. Now, some people say that Garfield as a comic strip is actually not funny at all, and the entire point of the Lasagna Cat channel is to basically make fun of Jim Davis for making a not funny thing. I don't agree with that. I think we need to go deeper.
The purple pipe in Garfield's mouth. How could a mere mortal even make this? And then we put a picture of the planet in the third panel over Garfield. It still works. I have cried. I've cried, I've cried. I've cried over this piece.
Okay, I admit that I first watched the pipe strip when I was on acid and my friend put this video on and I had to keep pausing it every 5 minutes because I could not stop laughing.
John Arbuckle's clothing. I have replicas.
This was recently after I had quit grad school, and I think part of the reason the video is so funny to me is that the monologue genuinely reveals that the line between academic textual analysis and schizo rambling is actually alarmingly thin. I have known people, serious people, who've devoted years of their life to producing a thesis that more or less resembles this monologue on the pipe strip. Except instead of Garfield, it's about 2 stanzas of Emily Dickinson or whatever. The difference is that most academic dissertations are not funny, and the pipe strip is funny. And as far as I'm concerned, you can be as schizo as you want as long as you're funny. To me, the pipe strip video is just 60 minutes of bliss. I've watched it in full at least 20 times, and every single time it lifts my mood. It remains for me one of the best videos to watch on drugs. It's very safe. I think in part because, in particular, if I'm if I'm tripping and I'm watching the pipe strip video, when you're tripping, you're very suggestible. So I will actually find myself getting sincerely invested in the sort of philosophical or spiritual subject matter, only to then be reminded that we're talking about Garfield, which causes me to I feel like it's a spiritual laughter that it elicits from me. And to some extent, I'm willing to defend the pipe strip video as an authentic spiritual text. It's sort of monadology of the philosopher Leibniz, where the idea is that all of reality is sort of fractal and each particle contains the whole of the cosmos. If that's true, then it's also true that one Garfield comic strip contains the fundamental truth of reality to anyone with eyes to see that. And you can ridicule me for thinking that, but you know what? I don't owe the internet an explanation of my esoteric beliefs about Garfield.
It still works.
The final video posted by Lasagna Cat to date is a video called Sex Survey Results, which is a 4.5 excruciating hours of mannequins showing up at Jim Davis's door, saying their number of sex partners. Was that a gunshot or a firework? At the end of Sex Survey Results, John is confronted with his own doppelganger who says he's had 0 sex partners.
John Arbuckle, 2. John Arbuckle, 0.
At which point, John transforms into a older version of himself that resembles Jim Davis. He then wanders down the liminal nighttime street as actual clips of Jim Davis interviews play.
By virtue of being a cat, he's not young or old or male or female either. For some reason, human failings are very endearing in an animal.
In one, Jim Davis says that Garfield is not young or old or male or female either, suggesting that Garfield is in fact a kind of being beyond any kind of predicate that we would usually ascribe to something human. Jim Davis finally wanders to the mountains and confronts a sort of shamanistic live action version of Garfield, before whom Jim Davis transforms into worms. And then finally, a Polish girl. Polish is one of the most surreal languages, it is known. The Polish girl has a miscarriage in a public toilet, and we see a stillborn baby wearing John Arbuckle's shirt beside a live orange cat, implying that Garfield has outlived and replaced Jim Davis. The two John Arbuckles, one of whom becomes Jim Davis, is a common surrealist theme, that of doppelgangers. Again, the issue is identity, as it usually is with doppelgangers. Whether Jim Davis is identical with John Arbuckle to some extent, and whether both of them have been superseded by the overwhelming presence of Garfield. Big if true. Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared. Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared is a parody children's musical puppet show that descends into surreal horror and madness. It's very well produced and probably the most famous video on my list. Each episode revolves around a Sesame Street style song that you would associate with educational children's TV. It activates something in your brain which reminds you of childhood, which leaves you more vulnerable when the episode twists into horror. The first episode is about being creative, but creative thinking turns out to be limitless thinking, therefore surreal thinking, therefore horrifying thinking. In the best moment of the episode, the puppets become CGI, and the set rotates, and in this rotation, the characters change from puppets to humans in costumes. One of them also seemingly changes gender. It works as a really seamless, mind-bending violation of the law of identity. Episode 2 is about time, and ultimately the horror of aging and decay.
Make it stop!
Episode 3 transforms anodyne children's TV messaging about love and togetherness into a nightmare of cult recruitment.
And now we all worship our king. Our king. Huh?
Again, this really works for me because a lot of cults actually do kind of rely on this kind of preschool regression to like the classroom sing-along. There's videos of the Heaven's Gate UFO suicide cult that really do feel like this kind of preschool sing-along. It shows that the cult's promise of love is genuinely alluring, and the alternative to the cult is never really all that appealing.
He seems upset about something.
To live on the outside of a cult is to have to be able to cope with a lot of selfish, indifferent people who don't really care that much about you. Episode 4 is about computers. It captures the mania and then the horror of a dawning digital age. The Red character gets sucked into this frantic online loop of information while his offline life becomes dark and alone. I feel like this captures the accelerated, addictive element of living your life online. Episode 5 is probably the most horrifying one. It starts out as a parody of the contradictory nonsense advice of diet culture.
The food groups can easily be sorted using the simple health shape,
but winds up in the very upsetting territory of waking up during surgery and cannibalism. Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared has also been made into a whole TV series that came out in 2022, which I actually haven't seen. I guess I should go watch that. Not really an internet video at that point. Rune for the QB. In 2011, the YouTube channel Run for the Cube, or as it's correctly pronounced, Rune for the QB, began uploading videos teaching people how to correctly pronounce English words.
T, we're kind. T, we're kind.
Okay, it actually started with non-English names that are legitimately difficult for English speakers to pronounce.
Kirk Juba Ijar, Clayustur Aikiland. Kirk Juba Ijar, Clayustur Aikiland.
But it kind of evolved into a systematic new pronunciation of the English language itself.
Worky steer Sayuri Sayuki. Worky steer Sayuri Sayuki.
But the channel really came to prominence with 2014's Jilai Bilai Pete Rat Kumai Kandai, in which we see a first-person view of Rune for the QB's hands in green latex medical gloves unwrapping and dissecting a jelly belly gummy rat.
Kut oyutais eyeball. Kut oyut eyeball.
Many people were very disturbed by this combination of the implied animal dissection and the bizarre mispronounced English, and as always, the androgyny of the protagonist's voice.
I wonder if Pete Rat has a brain. I wonder if Pete Rat has a brain.
This is definitely one of those videos that I've kind of internalized to a level that's a little bit alarming. Sometimes I'll be trying to sit quietly in meditation upon Garfield, and my intrusive thoughts will all be, Taimi tu kamia livey, escapi the pataki.
Taimi tu kamia livey.
As with a lot of surreal internet videos, many people have a tendency to kind of form conspiracy theories about the video or the person behind it. In this case, often suggesting that Rune for the QB is perhaps some kind of serial killer. It really says a lot about the hypocrisy of society that we treat actual real live rats like this in labs all across America and the world, and yet one androgynous weirdo dissects a gummy rat and everyone freaks out. I feel like latent uneasiness with animal cruelty is actually often a theme in these surreal videos. Meat comes up a lot. It's in Salad Fingers. It's in Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared. Often meat implies cannibalism. I think at the end of the day, humans are animals, and there's some part of us that like anxiously recognizes that there's not quite enough difference between meat eating and cannibalism for comfort. A lot of horror media plays on that ambiguity. Texas Chainsaw Massacre comes to mind, which has been called a movie about meat, human and otherwise. Hannibal Lecter, obviously. Sometimes I think parts of the book of Leviticus were maybe written to protect people from this anxiety. That's a little bit of a reach. I don't want to be like reading too deeply into surreal internet videos. I just wanted to dream. I just wanted to escape. Kamia livey.
But everybody's like he tries to make bad diamonds on your tiny piaki. Shit plannies, Aslands, tigers, and a godly ass we don't carry.
Unedited footage of a bear. Unedited footage of a bear is a 2014 video uploaded to YouTube by the Adult Swim channel. Adult Swim obviously being TV programming, but I feel like people are mostly watching it online. This was part of a series called Infomercials that I think originally aired on like Cartoon Network around like 4 a.m. to startle high people. Started with Too Many Cooks, which is a 80s sitcom style opening that goes on for 11 minutes and changes genre several times, and a serial killer subplot sort of manifests itself. Why am I not talking about Too Many Cooks? I don't know, because it just seemed too obvious to me. Unedited footage of a bear begins as footage of a bear, which is then interrupted after 15 seconds by what appears to be a mid-roll ad for a allergy drug called Claradril. But the Claradril ad is 10 minutes long and is basically the entire video.
So you can get back to what matters most.
In the ad, a mother says, sometimes being a mom is like having to be in two places at once.
Sometimes being a mom is like having to be in two places at once.
And so, of course, doppelganger horror ensues. The implication is that the mom from the commercial becomes a Claradrill junkie and experiences Claradrill-induced psychosis. She lives on one of those uncanny American suburban streets that feels like a simulation. There's something about these suburban American developments built in the last 20 years in particular that just feels really surreal. We talked about this a little bit in the Liminal Spaces video. Part of it is that every house on the block is kind of a doppelganger of the others. A decade ago, I did election canvassing in Loudoun County, Virginia, which has a lot of neighborhoods that look exactly like this. The Claradrill-addled mother drives down this suburban street past a crime scene reminiscent of the Dahmer apartment. I keep wanting to call the mom Donna because she screams Donna a lot into the phone. I don't know if she's actually called Donna, I just sort of assume she's talking to herself because again, the law of identity has been questioned. Donna is not Donna. She confronts her own doppelganger, and as in most doppelganger media, the doppelgangers must fight. Similar to scenes in movies like Us, in Black Swan, in Annihilation. There's this one shot, I don't know anything about photography or cinematography for that matter, but I assume this is using a telephoto lens to create a reality warping effect sort of similar to Inception, but it's much more surreal than Inception because Inception is too rationalistic. Inception bends space-time, but we always know why space-time is bending. It's been explained for us.
I got the whole story.
So it never feels surreal. Unedited footage of a bear ends with this cool series of shots of the mother's face lit up by the police sirens. I just think it's a really cool use of lighting. The video never spells out exactly what happened, but the implication is that the sleep-deprived mother has some kind of Medea complex and probably has murdered her own family in the vein of the Babadook. It's a 10 out of 10 mid-roll ad. This House Has People in It. This House Has People in It is a 2016 video, also from Adult Swim, also created by Alan Resnick, and also suburban horror. The whole video is ostensibly footage from a surveillance system in a suburban house. A lot of family drama is very efficiently conveyed in 10 minutes. The main plot concerns the 13-year-old daughter Madison, who is inexplicably sinking into the kitchen floor, causing her younger brother's birthday party to be neglected while a grandmother watches TV in a chair. The quotable line for me is at one point the father screams, "Women give each other pills all the time."
Did you give her? Why would I give her anything? Because you're women! Women give each other pills all the time!
Funny and true. This is what being a teenager felt like to me. For me, adolescence was sinking into the kitchen floor while your parents argue about what a problem you are. I guess that's my bias because I was an oldest child and somewhat of a problem child. A lot of people in the comments section identify with the younger son who has to quietly cope with his birthday party being canceled and eclipsed by the older sister's meltdown. This video is full of signs and symbols and is supplemented by an ARG on a website that seems like it no longer exists, but you can still find lots of footage of it on YouTube. So for people who really like the feeling of decrypting signs and symbols, you can watch that. I feel like just the 10-minute video stands on its own. For me, surreal art shouldn't be about figuring out the truth about, for example, why is the daughter sinking into the floor? It's an image. She's sinking into the floor because she feels like she is drowning for some reason. That's how dreams work. But the creators of this video very clearly have learned that when you upload something surreal online, lots of people are going to try to figure out what it really means. And so they've created a whole game for those people to play. I feel like there's some connection between this urge to decode surreal internet videos and conspiracy theories. A lot of the videos in this list have conspiracy theories about them, which I feel like is often motivated by people who feel the need to literalize their emotional experience of the surreal and try to reduce dream logic to factual thinking. It's again that excitement of decoding, the Jeffrey Beaumont feeling, seeing something that was always hidden.
I'm seeing something that was always hidden.
Maybe conspiracism is the surrealism of politics, treating news, the media, and all of reality like an ARG. Speaking of which, 11BX1371. On May 9, 2015, a YouTuber called AETBX uploaded a video whose title was just a series of blocks of binary code. The video got a lot of attention online after a tech news site called GadgetZZ posted an article about it, claiming to have received the video in the mail from Poland. The video then got posted to the creepy subreddit, and obviously everyone went crazy trying to decipher the various codes that the video is packed with. There's Morse code messages, cryptograms, all kinds of messages and images revealed in the spectrogram of the audio track. When people deciphered all this information, it turned out to contain images of murder victims, as well as the geographic coordinates of the White House, and the phrases, "You are already dead," and "Unalive the president." Edgy. I remember watching this video in 2015 and it seemed very scary at the time, but on rewatch, I'm not as much of a fan of this one. Maybe I've just consumed too much horror media, and the idea of a guy in a plague doctor mask in an abandoned sanatorium just feels like a cluster of cliches now. Or maybe after the last 9 years of American politics, edgy "Unalive the president" cryptograms just don't really feel that entertaining. But I feel like this video is worth mentioning specifically because this excitement and mania for decoding that it sparked online is kind of similar to QAnon Q-drop decoding. It's similar to an earlier online puzzle called Cicada 3301, initially posted to 4chan, supposedly to recruit quote-unquote intelligent individuals for some mysterious purpose. Obviously, if you want to get attention, it's a good idea to flatter the egos of weirdos online. The Cicada 3301 creator was actually considered a candidate for the possible identity of Q for a while and was interviewed in the Into the Storm documentary for that reason. But it's more evidence for my hypothesis that there's some connection between surrealism and conspiracy theory. The thrill of discovering secrets online combined with the thrill of puzzle solving and the kind of pseudo-spiritual excitement of awakening from an illusion. Surrealism could be considered dream art, and dreams are, I think, the source of a lot of people's idea that it's possible to awake from an illusory reality, which is a common thought in religion and conspiracy theories. Take the red pill down the rabbit hole, wake up sheeple. All of this is very exciting, and it made QAnon addictive, and I think it's still very much a risk to 21st century democracy and the future of our collective sanity. But it's also a fundamental human urge that I think we all feel, that I certainly feel. So we have to find a way, I guess, to balance dream logic and rationality in a way that allows us our creative psychic freedom, but without, destroying civilization. I feel like I'm being so dramatic and edgy in this video. Well, it's the power of suggestion. Reunion with Katya and Detox. Reunion with Katya and Detox is a short film directed by and starring drag queen Katya Zamolodchkova and fellow Drag Race contestant Detox, and it is a legitimately great short film about the death of an old woman, ? It probably is, as the title says, some kind of an autobiographical reflection on Katya's career and relationship with Drag Race. I do see it as some kind of rumination on addiction and fame, being trapped in cycles again. But I think it's too well made to be reduced to Drag Race commentary. This video makes me feel like I'm in the presence of a drag queen shaman. It heals the trauma of Obey the Walrus. Again, we have drag and disability, and this time it's grotesque, but I feel redemptive. The video is a series of surreal sketches that illustrate a narration in which every sentence is phrased, "Mother, I'm XYZ again."
Mother, the boundaries between what is real and not real are becoming porous again.
This is how I talk now. Mother, I'm theorizing about surreal meme videos for stoned teenagers on the internet again. Detox's black chevron hoodie obviously is a reference to Twin Peaks. And again, the issue is identity because it always is.
Mom, you're looking like me again.
The characters are the grandmother, the mother, and the 3 daughters. And we're meant to ask, Are these 3 generations, or are they one person at different stages of life? The video description says, Katja explores persona, the past self, and the future self in reunion. I think the grandmother is Katja's future self, and the daughters are her past. One commenter suggests that the daughters represent addiction, anxiety, and depression. I feel like it's probably not that specific, but something along those lines, maybe.
Mother, I'm falling in love with myself from the past again. Mother, I'm making sweetheart romantic French kissing love to myself again.
In the Twilight video, we talked about how sex and romance often are concerned with the violation of boundaries, and in this case, that association is invoked to explore the boundaries between past, present, and future selves. Some people apparently experience this video as really dark and scary. Commenter Juliana FV sees the death of the grandmother at the end as a relapse into addiction and untimely death, followed by rebirth in the final shot. But to me, the ending always feels positive, or at least bittersweet. Mother, I've decided this life wasn't totally useless again.
Mother, I'm learning how to say goodbye again.
Learning how to say goodbye again. For me, that exhibits this like calmness in the face of death that I want so badly for myself. So I find it inspiring. Like I said, I never watch Drag Race anymore, but this kind of surrealist identity fuckery is exactly what attracted me to drag in the first place. I wish it was all like this. Rhett Vern. Local 58 Contingency. One of the coolest trends in Surreal YouTube videos recently has been analog horror, which uses the aesthetics of VHS and other analog technology to create horror, sort of in the tradition of Poltergeist. It works really well on YouTube because there's a lot of weird like analog stuff that people discover and upload, so you can sort of buy the illusion that you're watching some like horrifying archive that someone has dug up somewhere. As far as I can tell, the trend was started by a YouTube channel called Local 58, which is created by Chris Straub, who is the author of the creepypasta Candle Cove. In my opinion, one of the few actually high quality creepypastas from back in the day. Local 58 is a fictional TV news channel. The first video on the channel is from October 2017, and it's called You Are on the Fastest Available Route. It uses a dash cam and what sounds like an early GPS guidance voice to tell a creepy story about a trip into a secluded, dark, rural area.
Rerouting. Make a U-turn. Your destination is behind you.
My favorite video on the channel is called Contingency, which is like a Cold War era public service announcement that encourages Americans in the event of a military defeat to commit mass unalivement. Somehow this video succeeds in executing that premise in a way that actually feels genuinely unsettling to me. These videos work for me as surrealism because something about them captures the feeling of like falling asleep in front of a TV set and like not being sure if you're hallucinating or in some kind of hypnagogic state where you're imagining these disturbing things on TV. Though even a lot of very young people seem to enjoy making and watching analog horror, even people who are too young to have actually remembered interacting with this technology themselves. So maybe there's something about this that transcends the uncanny memory element. I don't know, to explain that we'll need to find a 16-year-old to tell us why analog horror works for them. Blue Channel, Thalassin. Okay, last video. Okay, we finally have a video from the 2020s. I've taken a historical approach in this video, but I wanted to do at least one from this decade. This is another analog horror video uploaded by the YouTuber Gooseworks. Again, we have some kind of TV infomercial, this time for a drug called Thalassin to treat AED, advanced emotional deterioration. Again, this video works for me because it induces that hypnagogic hallucination feeling. Do I need to explain hypnagogic? Okay, hypnagogic means in the moments before you fall asleep, where you're sort of like half conscious, you have sort of hallucinatory pseudo dreams. Like you'll hear someone saying your name, or you'll suddenly have a sensation of falling. The opposite is called hypnopompic, by the way, which is like when you wake up and you're still sort of half dreaming. Anyway, Thalison makes me feel like I fell asleep in front of a TV in 1998, and I am hypnagogically hallucinating some kind of infomercial. Thalison promises not only to treat AED, but also to, quote, expand the human emotional palette beyond natural emotions.
Cutting-edge brain mapping technology has not only allowed us to refine existing emotions, but has also allowed for the creation of new emotions.
So we get to see all these new emotions with corresponding diagrams of horrifying facial expressions.
These new emotions include degrance, humber, nage, dorselessness.
This is fun if you were a psychology major because the faces do kind of resemble like these. For some reason, psychology textbooks often have like
happiness, sadness, anger, fear.
Anyway, watch the video for yourself and you might get to experience degrance, nage, punish,
transiveness.
I feel like I'm a little bit running out of things to say about surrealism, which is a sign I should probably end the video. But I feel like I have one more thing to say about the relationship between surrealism and nature. Thalison promises the experience of unnatural emotions. In the liminality tangent, I feel like we talked about the checkerboard motif. Some people in the comments section of that one pointed out that it is like a sure sign of artificiality because there's no checkerboard motifs in nature. The monolith in 2001: A Space Odyssey also feels uncanny for the same reason, that it's like the emergence of this thing that could not be a natural object. I feel like it's something that vaguely suggests to you that you might be dreaming when you're no longer able to distinguish between the natural and the artificial. Like when the natural appears artificial or the artificial appears natural. Anyway, that's probably enough yapping out of me. I am eager to see how younger generations will reinvent surrealism. Leave a comment. Wake up.